Oh, YouTube's running behind, isn't it? Am I loud enough? Wolfie, I've done an intro video, but the intro video's still on my laptop. Still on my bloody laptop. I've got to add my laptop to my network and then grab it off my laptop. Trump will never attack. Well, apparently Tusi's putting a live up saying he says yes or something. I'll drop the link. Copy it off the top just in case it doesn't. Where's fucking copy gone? Copy. Drop it. Bush. Bosh. Bing. There's the link. Tusi. Yeah, Tussie. Tussie Tusi. Well, he went to Egypt, didn't he? Not Egypt, even. He went to Israel, didn't he? The rabbi ate his foreskin. Did I actually say that? Chinese workers in Iraq capture the moment Iran launched missiles. Oh, get on. Oh, wrong screen. Go down. Drag you over to that screen over there. That's better. Chinese workers in Iran. Share screen. Fireworks are starting.
我操！这个哦！我靠！
我靠！
哦！这个俘虏不得我的，什么叫 fuck 我操！哇，这还有！
Yeah, I saw an announcement about that. He's had two anti-Rust flagpoles, hasn't he? And it's got internal. Is that a real video? Yes, Nigga, it's a real video. Yeah, anti-rust, and the rope is internal, so that won't rot neither. What else have we got? Where's my saved? Well, that was then. What's this one? This is supposed to be an Indian vessel.
वो ये क्या हो रहा है भाई? ये गिरा है, वो फटा हुआ ही, गंदा ही फटा हुआ ही है भाई। ये आज वीडियो से थोड़ा ऊपर का सीन।
Hello.
Hello. What's been going on here then?
Wolfie, I'll show you the because most of the press have been arrested. Most of the press in Israel got arrested. Saved. Let's go up a minute. What's that? Must just come in. So that's the Chinese workers again. Oh, it's in Tehran, isn't it?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
it's
there's
just,
two actually, Peggy.
yeah, it's the mosque. The shopping mall in Tehran. One of the Iranian channels I watch.
Yeah.
She does exploring all around there. Remember, I showed her on one of my lives.
Yeah.
One of her videos on one of my lives. It seems it's only the older people that are wearing the burqa.
Yeah.
Is it a burqa or is it what's it called? One's a burqa and one's a hijab. Oh, that's mate's name that I wanted to remember yesterday, wasn't it? Hijab.
Yeah.
How couldn't I remember his name? Yeah, that's right. I was saying I should know what it's called, really, shouldn't I? Right, so that's the niqab. That's a niqab. What's the fucking scarf called then? Hijab. That's just the eyes of it. Yeah, so the hijab is the scarf, yeah. I can't remember her bloody name now. Sally Jane? Sally Jane? She's done more shahadas than him that I just said no. Hijab. Is he hijab? Is he called hijab? Right, where's my saved messages gone now? Right there. Well, that's a bit black, isn't it? It's well black. Office of War Information is the department that will censor people. No sound on that one. What's that? Don't know. Israel military is operating in Syrian Dara airspace to intercept Iranian drones making their way to Israel. So that was an interception. Yeah, that's an interception. This lot here, soldiers holding a birthday party in a house in the town of Jaba after evicting its residents. Evict the residents and have a birthday party. Forget about Iran, what's going on with Babs. I've missed it all. I did that earlier. $1,500 settlers in Beit Yam, Tel Aviv, were left homeless after an Iranian missile struck directly several days ago. 20 buildings will be completely demolished for rebuilding. I think that was the live I was watching in the morning. There was another. Yeah, that was the live I was watching in the morning. Channel 12 was standing there and then they got arrested. That was the live I was watching the other morning. You got fire brigade there and you got army truck behind it. And then he brought another JCB and a black one they brought in. Israel Minister of Energy reveals that restarting the Haifa refineries will take at least a month following Iranian bombing. Yeah, they've gone over the coal now, Israel have. Akash, I thought you all knew better to believe that you knew. The world is a stage and it's up to you if you laugh or cry over it. I don't think I'm crying. Yeah, Plantair. Well, all the Iranian officials all got told last week because Netanyahu, or Netanyahu, he told Trump on the 6th of June that he was going to start bombing Iran. And Trump wasn't very impressed and flip-flopped about it. And so all the all the heads of Iran, the government officials, etc., military officials, were all banned for having any mobile phone that has an internet connection. Because they're using some hacking company. It wasn't Plantair. What's the hacking company called? Oh, ye Killbox. Yeah, hello, Max. Is that the right? Yes, it's right tonight. I think it's right. 360. Yeah, it's the right one this time. Last night it was the wrong one, wasn't it? Yeah, there are many companies. Now, this is American, but Israeli. What the hell is it called? Well, there's another company called Graphite. Is it called Graphite? Who's this? Oh, Max, got you up. How you doing?
Good, yourself?
All right,
Yeah,
Max.
yeah. Oh,
Hi, Michael. Good to see you.
Waiting for the fireworks to start.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They've already kind of started, haven't they? You know?
Yeah.
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 mean, for
So
the
the
big
site,
guns, you're going to bring out the big guns, you think, or what?
they're using one missile begins with a J and the other missile begins with a kabamamamama.
Oh, the
It's got
javelin?
a picture. No, it's got a picture of the Ayatollah on it and Answar on it.
Oh,
Just
okay.
trying to find them.
Yeah, Lavender and all those companies, what they do is the biometrics.
Yeah.
So they're telling people to get rid of their phones, but that'll have a lot of effect. That'll help cut out on some of the data they can collect. But with the satellites, they know where every person is. What they
Yeah,
do is
Air
link
Force.
metrics with it, your heart rate, gait, that type of thing. And they'll track you for a while, make sure it's you, and they'll set up a kill box like they did in that apartment building. That thing will come right at you.
That was flight radar earlier on. That was US Air Force F-22 aircraft. They're landing at Jordan now.
Those are ones in the air.
Yeah.
High alert, eh?
Mm. That was 100 miles.
Yeah, if you can get into suborbit,
Yeah.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Even if you just have to let kinetics take control of it. Kinetics and AI will do a good job. Use the re-entry power and guidance.
Mm.
I don't know.
Oh, this is shocking, this is. IDF, Palestinian boys. He comes in with a little baby, little toddler.
Holy. What's that? He's got.
Cable ties.
Yeah.
What they call them? The most moral army in the world. Yeah, right on.
Bastards.
Right.
Now, what the hell is a kid going to do to you? Or are they doing that before they rape them?
Great, yeah.
Very simple words, a very simple, unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there.
Let them make England.
Yeah, did you see the precision that they had? The I forget what floor it was on, the 7th floor apartment they blew up. One missile, one man.
Oh, through the side of the wall.
Yeah.
Right. That's the Red Crescent. That's the basically the ambulance service. They blew up their building.
Why?
Yeah, another clear war crime.
Well, I guess, if you hide your missiles in hospitals, I think everybody else does, right?
Yeah. So that was the Red Crescent building. Iranian Red Crescent. And these are the rockets. These are supposed to go up into space and then come back down again. Strange, isn't it?
Oh, the trail it leaves, yeah.
I know there's solid fuel. There you go. Among the Avengers that have wronged the TAYF, or TAYF, the spectral presence of martyr Syed Hassan Nasrallah and Sinwar will forever haunt the Zionist entity. So that's what they were firing then. So they're painted on all the rockets.
Yeah, it's a lot easier, with those solid fuel rockets. You can build them fast. Don't have to worry about engines.
Landlubber. Arkash now on a boat, are you, Arkash? Not space. Well, out of orbit. Out of orbit. There ain't no space. I know that. What you say they're in. But they, yeah, they go out of orbit.
Yeah,
Or whatever you want to say.
Suborbital.
Yeah, suborbital. That's the bone on your eye, isn't it? Orbital bone.
Yeah.
Right. So, former CIA analyst Ray McGovern warns of an Israeli false flag attack on the US aircraft carrier. Captain USS Nimitz expect to be attacked as you near Middle East, not by Iran, but by Israel with false flag attack, blaming Iran. Honor your oath to the Constitution. Do not cover it up as the US Navy did when Israel attacked the USS Liberty. So that's what Ray McGovern, the ex-head of CIA, have said to the captain of the USS Nimitz, which is actually approaching the Middle East now. Don't cover it up like the Navy did when Israel attacked the USS Liberty.
Mm-hmm. Now, Jones had a guy on who was on the Liberty.
Oh, yeah.
That thing for a long time. Still didn't go down. But,
Yeah, so did, what's he called? Oh, that lad there, he was captured by the IDF when he was 13, and he was held in custody with no charges until he's 23. And they chucked him out at the detention centre. They took him in a vehicle, and then just dumped him to fend for himself. They found him wandering around.
well, they're done.
Hey,
They're done with him.
yeah, 10 years. When he got captured.
Poor guy.
He was actually running away from the IDF.
Mm-hmm.
And he got hit by a car. And they captured him because he got hit by a car and he was injured. And they held him for 10 years. Oh, this is a truck. They've caught loads of Mossad.
من در انتظامی استان البرز روز گذشته یک دستگاه وانت نیسان که حامل ریزپرنده های انتحاری، ریموت کنترل های هدایت پذیر از راه دور و همچنین سایر قطعات فنی برای پهپادها و ریزپرنده های انتحاری رو شناسایی و کشف کردند. در این ارتباط یک نفر نیز دستگیر شد.
Some wreck of a truck, isn't it?
Are they living in it?
Demonstrating.
ايش ابو كريم؟
So there's another flower massacre again then.
Did they get the food trains again, or the?
Yeah. Oh, his speech earlier on, I translated it all earlier. Iran will not forgive the Zionist entity has committed a grave mistake and will be punished for its actions. Iran will not forgive the Zionist entity for violating its airspace and will not forget the blood of its martyrs. Our armed forces are ready to defend the homeland and are supported by officials and all people. Americans must know that any military intervention will cause irreparable damage. Mayor Tusi come out yesterday and said that what did he say? They've overthrown him or some shite or something or other he was saying, didn't they?
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could open up negotiations, I guess, couldn't it?
Well, they was in the middle of negotiations.
Well, yeah, I know, but well,
They were in the middle of negotiating when Netanyahu fucking bombed them.
Yeah, I know. And then he fucking killed all the negotiators.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do.
For
Yeah.
the first time since 1948, Iranian missiles struck Bnei Barak, east of Tel Aviv, despite rabbis' claims that the Torah protects the city. Thanks to its large religious population, reality has refuted these narratives. No. Who ate all the pies?
She did, by the look of it.
Maybe they're headed for another 1,000 years of exile.
They're fleeing, but they got to fly to the Sinai, then to Cairo, and then on to foreign countries because Israel hasn't got any airports open, is it? Any long flight airports. And the Israeli government minister said only those people that are diplomats or workers that have come to work, only they're allowed to leave Israel. So if you're dual citizenship, you can't leave.
So are they going to arrest you or what?
Yeah. The Israeli tax authority estimates the damage caused by rockets falling on buildings has so far reached more than 2 billion shekels. No, this is another Mossad.
Dramatic music. Holy.
Isn't
And then, yeah.
That's somebody sat on the toilet.
Okay, you found a toilet. You know?
Yeah. It was supposed to be after receiving reports of suspicious traffic at Nawab Street area. Intelligence forces entered the scene and found explosive materials. The seized materials, which included 127 kilograms of various, including sulfur, potassium nitrate, phosphorus, and others, as well as 3 liters of explosive liquid, had been completely decontaminated. The suspect, a foreign national, had recently settled in Tehran.
I think he's just a farmer, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just needed some fertilizer.
Yeah. Yeah, wanted some fertilizer. All he needed was a bit of peroxide, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He would have been right on there. So why are they sheltering there next to a fucking great window, the daft twats?
Oh.
Huh? As Israelis, why are they sheltering there next to a fucking great window? So they get a view of the bomb coming towards them.
Yeah.
Well, at least they haven't got a window.
Oh, it's in the subway. That's why.
Yeah, it's in the subway. So what's the window? Is that so they don't?
Just a shiny wall, I guess.
Can you go back?
Yeah.
Go back to that last one.
Yeah, it's just a shiny wall.
That one?
Yeah.
Which one?
One before.
That one.
That's it. What's that third bloke on the left making tents for?
Third bloke on the left. Which one? This one here.
He's hard on, isn't he?
What?
He got a laptop.
No, the next. No. Go back to the other one.
Oh,
Oh god.
That one.
That's his knee.
yeah, he's got a big. Yeah.
But they're all men. Where's all the women?
Good point. Yeah.
Oh, women and children in here.
Are they paid to be there?
Mm.
Well, Everybody seems to be paid to go places now. You know, go to this protest. You get. My wife got a job offer for $200 a day to go and protest at the No Kings rally.
All right.
Yeah.
This is them sheltering in car parks and undergrounds and everything.
It's what you do when you're afraid of the woods. You camp in the subway.
Well, there's a Ukrainian woman and a Chinese family. They were all turned away.
From where? From the bunkers?
Yeah. Jews only, they said. Jews only.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, they said Jews only.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll play it in a minute.
Assholes.
Hmm. 5,000 Israelis were evacuated from their homes after they were damaged by Iranian missile strikes. 22,933 claims were submitted to the compensation fund due to the damages. You know.
Oh, they'll need some American tax dollars for that.
No question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever. And there is no question that once he acquires it, history shifts immediately. The dangers posed by a nuclear-armed Saddam were understood by my country 2 decades ago, well before September 11th. In 1981, the late Prime Minister of Israel, dispatched the Israeli Air Force on a pre-dawn raid that destroyed the Iraqi nuclear reactor at Osirak. This probably took place
You're not hiding nuclear weapons anywhere.
from Saddam's ability to assemble the critical mass of plutonium for the first atomic bomb, or more than one. Today, the United States must destroy the same regime because a nuclear-armed Saddam will place the security of our entire world at risk.
Yeah, called Milwaukee or something or other, isn't he?
Yeah.
Once Saddam has nuclear weapons,
Milowski.
the terrorists will
Yeah.
have nuclear weapons. 2 decades ago, it was possible to thwart Saddam's nuclear ambitions by bombing a single installation. But today, nothing less than dismantling his regime will do. Because Saddam's nuclear program has fundamentally changed in those 2 decades. He no longer needs one large reactor to produce the deadly material necessary for atomic bombs. He can produce it in centrifuges the size of washing machines that can be hidden throughout the country.
Yeah, but he can do that too. They're not supposed to have nuclear weapons, are they?
No.
No.
Head of Atomic Energy Organization, Iran. The enemy should rest assured that it has not achieved anything so far. The morale of our colleagues is high and they are steadfast and firm in their positions.
Yeah, they're pulling the same shit. It's trust us. There's no proof that they have nuclear weapons, but trust us, they do.
What's this saying? I'm not saying anything. Why aren't you speaking? Oh, that was the dummy bases in Iran, that was.
If you say they have nuclear weapons, show me the satellite radar maps of it. Have it.
Good morning, Tel Aviv. They all had destruction and they're fixing a street light. What's that? So they can light it up again so they know where to drop the bomb. Why is she standing there posing for a photograph?
Gotta look good.
Israel's running low on defensive interceptors, officials say. Restaurant. An Egyptian restaurant uses footage of the bombing in Tel Aviv to advertise their food.
Oh. That's a little callous. But I can understand the sentiment.
Yeah. That's a weird rocket again. What's he saying?
صراحتاً اعلام کرده مقامات دیپلماتیک رو اخراج کرده از طریق سفارت سوئیس به آمریکایی‌ها انتقال داده شده که این جنگ شما نیست به ماجرایی که ارتباطی با شما نداره ورود نکنید یک چیزی بین ایران و اسرائیل و ما خودمون ماجرا رو پیش میبریم اما اگر احیانا بخواد آمریکا وارد بشه در این جنگ برای پشتیبانی از صهیونیست‌ها و اتفاقی رو رقم بزنه اون وقت تبعات این ماجرا غیر قابل کنترل هست منطقه خلیج فارس بسته شدن تنگه هرمز
already talking about shutting Hormuz Strait, aren't they?
Yeah. That'd be a good move.
£400 a barrel.
Yeah. That'd be a good move. Of course, that could make the I forget what the canal they wanted to build right through Gaza there was called, but
Yeah.
that'll pipe up interest in that a little more, won't it?
Yeah, I was following that on the UN Charter since 1980 something, 1984, 1986. Every year the UN asks questions and asks them to stop working.
Yeah.
Since 1980 something. Israel will only be able to maintain shooting down Iranian ballistic missiles for 10 or 12 more days if Iran maintains its attack level, the Washington Post reported. As early as later this week, Israel's system may only be able to intercept a smaller portion of missiles because of need to ration defense munitions. They will need to select what they want to intercept. The system is already overwhelmed, the Washington Post reported, citing an unnamed official. Right, that's the bombs that they were using yesterday, the Fatah hypersonic missile. So it's 3.6 meters in length. It's 1,000 kilogram, 500 kilogram of explosives, solid fuel, ballistic missile, 1,400 kilometers, Mach 13 plus, 4,000 to 4,600 kilograms.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the missiles that were being used yesterday. Or some of the missiles. Yes, Wolfie, there's a new island that Ukraine, Zelensky, he's brought into the island as well. They've already been prosecuted for children and I've got it saved here somewhere. There's a guy, he likes them that have got deformed arms and legs, and any that don't survive their brutal treatment and their macabre sexuality, then they feed them to the pigs, and he's been prosecuted apparently. And there's photographs. I think I've got the story saved up here.
Oh shit.
So Mayor Tusi was going on about the Iranians aren't supporting. Well, this is a convoy going through Tehran earlier on, in full support of what they're doing to Israel, because at the end of the day, Israel attacked them, so they got the full right to defend themselves, haven't they? Was that weird? So it's just burning the fuel up, isn't it? Yeah, I still can't see the moon out my window. Oh, it's had it right over there. Is it orange? Oh, is it orange tonight? Yes, it's bright orange. Let me get a photograph.
Whoa. So Mach 13 is 16,000 miles an hour, or kilometers per hour. So what is miles per hour? 1,000. That's fast.
Oh, it's a bit crazy, isn't it? Oh, well, great, that is. Should have done it the other way around. Yeah, tonight it's bright orange.
Nice.
There, where I'll get a picture.
Too early to see the moon here.
Oh, I'm on the wrong bloody picture, the wrong screen, am I? Can't share if it's on that screen. So remember the photograph, Peggy, from last night? Oi, oi, Jimmy. That's the picture tonight. Bright orange. Where's Arkash?
Looks like a salmon. Isn't it?
Eh?
It's like a salmon colour.
Yeah.
Here's
Ah.
the description of a kill box. The term kill box in an IEEE context typically refers to IEEE as the International Standards, Electronics and Engineering. It refers to a collaborative combat or targeting
Oh.
concept involving multiple radars and other sensors, rather than a physical location or device. It describes a method for coordinating attacks, particularly from air assets, by designing a volume of airspace or terrain where forces can engage targets without needing further coordination. This concept is used to streamline the targeting process and accelerate the kill chain. So once it acquires it, it understands it target and can autonomously go for it.
Right. Where's Jimmy gone? Jimmy. Right, where am I? "20 towers destroyed in Iranian missile attack. Israel's Channel 12. Oh, Channel 12 are reporting. No. They haven't done anything. All they've done is put a post up. 20 towers in the city of Bet Yam have been destroyed after being hit by Iranian ballistic missile. 1,500 residents of these towers have been displaced in Bet Yam. Tasnim News. Why is there no impacts? Why haven't we got no impacts? Why? Because they got a complete media blackout, haven't they?
Yeah.
Where's all the, and they probably turn the internet off again.
Yeah, they're going to have to jail all, like I said, they're going to have to jail all the journalists. Probably doing that right now.
Yeah, they already arrested journalists. I was watching them arrest them the other morning.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, Channel 12.
All right. As predicted, right?
Yeah. This is in America.
Going to follow the Zelensky path.
It was Israel's unprovoked invasion of Iran. Don't drag us into that war, please, Secretary.
We have the power to prevent another endless war in this country. We should not be platforming war criminals. We should be attacking the real national security threats.
We are in such a dangerous moment. Please keep us out of a war in Iran. Please, Secretary, we beg of you.
We were wrong for all the endless wars that we've already been in. The American people do not want more endless wars. We should not be platforming budgets of trillions of dollars to go to the Pentagon.
Well said, woman.
It was Israel's unprovoked invasion of Iran. Don't drag us into that war, please, Secretary.
We have the power.
Yeah, unprovoked attack. The next one they're lining up for is Turkey.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
a
they got
Hermes.
there's a chunk of land they want out of Turkey. So
Yeah. Hermes 900 drone. Made in the UK, that is. Elbit Systems. And the Wankel engine, it uses a Wankel engine, and the Wankel engine's made in Bristol. And what's he called? Not Patriot. Oh God, what's he called? Lives Bristol area. Can't think of his name. Streamer.
Yeah, I know who you mean, but I can't think of his name either.
Yeah, I've got him here on Telegram. Where's he to? Bulgaria? Isn't that when Netanyahu's gone hiding? Tyrant Finder. See, there he goes. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for his name. Oh, look at that. The full statement's there. Yeah, that's his full televised statement today, that is. Khamenei, Iran ready to defend Tehran amid Trump's threats and Israeli incitement. Quds News Network respond to Trump's threats. Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei said on Wednesday, those who know Iran's history know well that Iranians do not respond to threats.
yeah, Trump was dissing Tucker Carlson and Tulsi Gabbard and.
Oh yeah, that's the Iranian woman, that.
Сейчас нам прислали уведомление о том, что будет скоро сирена с Ирана, и мы пошли в соседний дом в бомбоубежище, где нас не впустили, они закрыли двери, закрыли парковку. Мы стучали в дверь, они вышли, сказали, мы не обязаны вас пускать, и сказали, у нас нет места.
תפתחו דלת בבקשה.
זה לא בסדר. אתה לא בסדר. מה אנחנו עושים? מה צריכה?
I'm gonna let him in.
Those are rotten people.
Yeah, so he was arrested after Israeli occupation forces raided his family home in the village of Seder, north of the occupied West Bank. So he was arrested. Israeli journalist. We won't kill Iran's supreme leader, at least for now, says Trump. So as a speech today. What was that?
Yeah, if China starts helping Iran, they could have targeting just like the U.S. and Israel have, and they could start targeting individuals like Trump very easily.
This is Iran.
that.
I trust President Trump to do the right thing for the United States. Still both in talks with international officials and in international media. I keep repeating the United States needs to join the campaign. Standing in front of a burnt out bus destroyed in one of yesterday's barrages. They're begging. So what did Putin say, Peggy? Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're tanking. The economy's absolutely tanking. For over half a century, they've rained fire on the doorsteps of others. Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, Iraq, Yemen, and now Iran. Now history knocks back. This is what it looks like when decades of aggression finally comes back to bite you.
Iran will not hit back harder. Iran will hit back much harder. The head of the Iranian forces says Iran will target and destroy all of the Israeli regime's infrastructure. This was the tip of the iceberg. Iran will lose no war. The Israeli regime will. It is time for you and others to end your racism and to end your support for the superior race, and to accept that all people in Palestine have equal rights, and the Palestinian people have a right of return. Jews, Christians, and Muslims are equal. Unlike what you say, they are equal, and we will accept nothing less than that. The regime must go, and all people must be treated equally. Right. And if the only thing, there's no doubt that Israel will lose, but the only variable here is the United States. If the United States gets involved, have no doubt, the U.S. will be swept out of Iraq by the Iraqi resistance, and all its assets in the Persian Gulf will be destroyed. All those regimes that U.S. bases will be destroyed, and the oil and gas markets will cause a situation where the global economy will collapse and millions of people will be on the move. So be careful about making stupid mistakes, and the West should stop with its arrogance and get real for once.
Okay, Professor.
Oh. I think he said that all right there.
Yeah.
Is there any updates? Warfare analysis. Oh my God. Hebrew media announces that in the coming minutes, sirens will be heard following a missile launch from Iran. Iranian air defenses intercepted Israeli drones over Tehran. No videos yet, though. It was quads. Iranian strike on Tel Aviv from a few days ago. Israel occupation army is committing a new massacre against aid seekers near the Nizian checkpoint in central Gaza. According to Fars news agency 18, Israeli agents have been arrested while working on manufacturing drones in the city of Mashhad. Oh, that's in Tehran, that is. 18 people have been arrested. Netanyahu stupidly said, "We've got boots on the ground in Tehran." Evening, Urban. Lies, stealing dirty Western war games.
Yep.
Marker.
That's right.
Endless. Repeat 6 months ago. Marjorie Taylor, yes. She was arguing yesterday. Marjorie Taylor Greene. And yeah, about Trump bringing peace and avoiding World War III over Ukraine. No, she was arguing yesterday. Rather sip a minute. That Trump was voted in on the backbone of no more endless wars. And that's apparently what all these people went to vote for. No more endless wars.
Well, a lot of it, yeah. Polls are showing 80% of all Americans, or 80 to 90% of all Americans, are not.
Yeah, I've seen about 10 different news things today.
Yeah.
Saying because he polled on that as one of his main reasons to be elected, and because it looks like he's going to go into an endless war, then he should be impeached.
Well, it doesn't work like that. There's no accountability clause in the that I know of.
That's it, isn't it? Well, you can't. I mean, the millions or billions that he had in donors, and they were all Israeli donors.
Yeah.
What was it? 130 something of his staff are Jewish.
That's a large percentage for the actual number of Jewish people in the population.
Well, it was the same last time he was in.
Yeah.
There was only 4, I think, that weren't. But I showed videos of Ted Cruz last year, didn't I? Dancing in Israel.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I figure Trump's going to be a Israeli first guy.
Where's that?
You know.
Where's that? I was making a video earlier, wasn't I? Where's my video gone? What did I call this stupid video? Screen recordings? No. What did I call that? Netanyahu. I'm sure it was Netanyahu. Is that it?
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could. If not stopped, Iran could.
I think this might be it. I'm not 100% sure. No.
I don't know.
So what do you have it out there?
Give it a play. Old Putin was better looking.
Produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, within a few months.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
get food as for
If you take away the Soviet Union and its chief proxy, the PLO, international terrorism would collapse.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. I would like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. What is the best place to proceed? It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken out?
Oh, man. Urban, you did this last night, and last night you kept on saying, go and fact check this, go and fact check that, right? Here you go. Trump promised no new wars.
Sure did.
Trump, our power will stop all wars. Trump promised a peacemaker presidency.
End the Ukraine war on the first day.
Yeah, I will end the Ukraine war the first day I'm in power.
Yeah.
Trump vowed to be a peacemaker, but he wanted his legacy to be that a peacemaker and a unifier.
That didn't work out, so I guess he's going to go the other way.
Trump faces uproar from MAGA base over the prospect of a U.S. strike against Iran has exposed divisions in the coalition of Trump supporters, with part of the rift on full display. So I ain't fact checking anything more, Urban, because you come with nothing. You come with statements. Tell me to go and Google it or fact check it.
And it's already out there.
Yeah.
Why would you have to fact check that? That's
I watched about 10 different streams earlier on where they're all Democrats and Republicans wanting to impeach him.
Huh.
Victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes the second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second.
That was 2002. Right, so the United States failed in Korea, failed in Cuba, failed in Vietnam, failed in Laos, failed in Cambodia, failed in Afghanistan, and failed in Iraq. The last thing they actually did anything in was in 1966, and it was the Dominican Civil War.
Nobody even remembers that.
Superpower, is it?
I don't remember that.
Not bad for a superpower.
Yeah, superpower. Failed every single war they've ever got involved in. They've lost every single war.
Well, I don't think the goal was really to win. It was more just to stir shit up. You know?
Yeah, rape, pillage, make a bit more borders, grab a load of oil. I mean, he was boasting about Syrian oil today, wasn't they? And about the military taking the Syrian oil.
Yep.
The globalist EU fucked the mineral deal. There was no fucking mineral deal to have, Urban. Zelensky had already sold everything to BlackRock, and what's the other big company with BlackRock?
There's Blackstone too. They're a huge one.
Yeah, BlackRock, Blackstone, and there's another one. Not that bloke, but there was another one. Not Sachs, because Sachs is getting involved at the moment. I can't think what they're called. Vanguard, that's it, Land Rover. Well done, Vanguard. Yeah, they already bought all the mineral rights and all the land off Zelensky. And anybody that fought for Ukraine was given a couple of acres each for fighting as part of their wages. But if you were just
ask Urban Roots to explain that last statement, peace in the Middle East will only come through power. Who does he think the power is going to come from?
Peace in the Middle East will only come if Israel is squashed. That's the only way you'll get peace in the Middle East. Squash Israel. squash Netanyahu. Netanyahu has been the war criminal.
Yeah.
Sending in Mossad agencies, setting up big parties, getting every MP, every fucking member of government into different fucking embarrassing situations and blackmailing the lot of them. And those that ain't being blackmailed are being bought off.
Oh, you hear about the 2 politicians got offed in the U.S. by a ultra MAGA supporter, apparently by the media's description there.
Right.
Yeah. So this guy, he stole a cop car, and apparently he went and murdered a couple of politicians in the U.S. and then took the cop car and went and attempted to kill another couple. He had 70 politicians on a list. My question is, how did he get 2 feet with a cop car?
Yeah. Wow.
There's no way. Car goes missing, they just turn it off.
Yeah. Shut it down.
Yeah. So how did he commit not 1 but 2 murders?
Because they wanted him to.
Right. Yeah.
They wanted him to.
Yeah, it was all set up. The guy, the guy that was the murderer was hired by Tim Walz, so worked for the Democratic Party apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And just a total sham job. That's why they're probably not promoting it as much. It was too easy to call out. But they're trying to get the whole he's a Trumper, gin up the Civil War idea.
So that was Netanyahu, I call him. This is his mission since 1982, and we got to 2002 so far.
Victory in Iraq will make the 3rd victory that much easier too, but it may change the nature of achieving that victory. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror.
See, he wanted all these wars. Yeah, he wanted it, but where was their boots on the ground? Where was the IDF? Nowhere to be seen. Go on, America. Go on, America. Go on. We want you to do it. We want you to do it. Go on, America. His mineral deal was the only way to have ended the war. It's not his fault the EU fucked the deal. EU didn't fuck the deal. All your fucking bankers fucked the deal because the bankers already own all the land. And I showed when BlackRock and Vanguard bought all the land because they secured all the loans and all the debts, and then America welched on the money and welched on some of the stuff that was supposed to be sent because they never received it. And when they were first receiving stuff from Biden, it was all fucked. It was all knackered. It was like a part scrapyard.
Confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah. How could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. Why is it relevant whether it's, because it's 90 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant? The country. I didn't say I don't know anything about. Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran? They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is
it's not even. You don't know anything about Iran.
So
Okay,
actually, the
I am not
country-
the Tucker Carlson
No, but
expert on Iran.
You're a
who
senator
says-
who's calling
Okay,
for the
you're the one who
overthrow of the
claims-
government.
You're the
and
one
you
who
don't know anything
claims
about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump.
No,
You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a
saying
good
you don't
idea to kill
believe-
General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really
we
believe
are
that,
carrying out military strikes today.
You said
We're carrying out military strikes today. Did you hear that?
Yep.
because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that,
and he doesn't care how many millions he kills.
Israel was
right with our help.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe
we're
that,
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is
Israel.
high stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war
we're-
with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Boom. Suck that up.
Competition about who is wrong or right about the time that would be needed. Certainly, it was not for tomorrow. Maybe not a matter of years. I would there be perhaps more serious about this, and I don't think it was a matter of years. But this is speculation. Why? I go again to
They
the
provide
beginning.
the targeting and guidance.
These things we don't know because if
Hey?
The U.S. provides the targeting.
Yeah. Right, this is the Director General, Rafael Grossi, and he's the International Atomic Energy Agency, stating,
competition about who is wrong or right about the time that would be needed. Certainly, it was not for tomorrow. Maybe not a matter of years. I would there be perhaps more serious about this, and I don't think it was a matter of years. But this is speculation. Why? I go again to the beginning of my comment. These things we don't know, because if there was some activity which was clandestine or hidden or away from our inspectors, we couldn't know. What we informed and what we reported was that we did not have, as in coincidence with some of the sources you mentioned there, that we did not have any proof of a systematic effort to move into a nuclear weapon.
no. Can we go play that bit? Oh, that was a statement. Now, I did all that time translating that statement today.
There was just a leak that is now national news that Israel is poised to strike Iran. Where did that leak come from in the administration? Do we know what department leaked that? Is that being looked into?
Well, I'm not aware of the leak that you're discussing. I'm obviously, I wouldn't discuss intelligence matters and even verify whether it's even true. I also don't think it's a mystery, though. Irrespective, I'm not talking about the leak. I'm not talking about the news story that Israel has made clear that they retain the option of action to limit Iran from ever gaining a nuclear capability.
So that was in Congress on Wednesday, May the 21st, saying there was a leak that Israel was going to attack Iran. And then they said in a statement today that he was told on the 9th of June. Well, they're already talking about it in Congress on the 21st of May. So is it 21st of May where they're all debating about it in Congress? Or is it 9th of June You know, America can't work out its own fucking lies in Congress, can it?
No.
When they're actually going live on air with Congress reports. He fucked this interview, to be fair. Well, definitely fucked it. Because there was already a leak. And if I remember rightly, it was Access fault, wasn't it? One of his text messages on that app. I can't remember what the app was called. What was the app that they were using? We used WhatsApp, but I can't remember what the app was called that XF was using. Yeah, Trump said he would have energy independence to drill. Signal, that's it, Jimmy. Signal app. See, Jimmy knows. Where were you earlier, Jimmy? Were you sleeping? I did a live earlier. Am I reading this wrong? So Israel pilots fly B2. No, they don't fly B2s. Exactly, November man. In and out of sleep. All right. So Ukrainian farmland, US owned. Cargill, ADM, BlackRock, Oaktree, Capital Management, Bungie Limited. Right, they all gain control. The United States is seeking to recoup its military support for Ukraine and ensure geopolitical presence. There's a post-war scenario, though, control over Ukrainian farmland and the profits it generates. How does the Commission intend to prevent the United States from cherry-picking in Ukraine and Europe from being left to deal with just the handicaps? Right, so the European Commission were looking into BlackRock, Vanguard, Cargill, ADM, Oaktree Capital Management, Bungie Limited, also the megalomaniac, you know, the scientist that stole Microsoft. What's he called? Bill Gates. They all own the farmland in Ukraine, right? Which was well known before Trump came into power. And because the Donbass area is absolutely rich in minerals, that's why they tried to take it. That's why they tried to take it again. But the people of Donbass want to stay in Russia. They elected to be in Russia. But I done a live stream about it, didn't I? Vanguard, what year was that? 17 million hectares of agricultural land in Ukraine. What year was that? 2022. American companies bought a third of agricultural land in Ukraine. Russian publications spread the news that is claiming that three companies, Vanguard, BlackRock, Blackstone, the main capital of which belongs to American funds, bought 17 million hectares of agricultural land in Ukraine. It's all well publicized. All well publicised. It is going to be a wasteland. Anything happened yet? So you got an airstrike on Tehran. Western capital of Tehran. That must have been earlier on in the day.
I heard reports to Iran or that Iran there has no bunkers for their people.
No.
But haven't they got all those underground tunnels?
Hey?
They've got a lot of underground tunnels, don't they?
Yeah.
Put them in there.
Hmm. Well, Trump told them to. Trump told them to evacuate. There's 10 million people in Tehran. How are you going to evacuate 10 million people in Tehran? Who do you think pays his wages, Urban? All right, hang on a minute. Should we have a look at Loki's video, shall we? History.
Trump doesn't even care who shot at him. He's so in the club.
Move that over to that screen over there. Is that the right video?
Interesting thought. I know that.
Eh? Say again? Interesting what?
Interesting thought to have is the fact that Iran wants to meet Trump.
Yeah.
Now, if Iran's reached out and they want to meet Trump, if he goes in and just blows them up, or even assists blowing them up,
yeah,
that's going to not look very favoured upon, is it?
No. But they were already in negotiations
Yeah.
on the day that Netanyahu blew them up.
Yeah.
And the negotiators.
Yeah.
But they ain't saying, they're saying we blew up the scientists, we're saying we blew up so and so, the head of the military or whatever they said. Yeah. But they ain't turning around and said, well, at the same time we blew up the negotiators.
Yeah.
Which is what they did.
Yeah.
They blew up the lot of them in the middle of the negotiations.
Yeah. And yeah, it will be a B2 that drops it.
The U.S. gives them the targeting. So
yeah, the same as we give them the targeting in Ukraine.
Yeah, but it'll be carried by a US plane, won't it?
Yeah. No Israeli pilot flying it.
No.
Yeah, Loki the rapper, Urban Roots. He's part of it's part of the Double Down News team.
Yeah, it's a very dodgy sort of game that he's playing, isn't it? Because if he goes along with it and just does it, fuck knows what's going to happen.
All right, let's play this a minute. I think this is the right video. I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether this is the right one or not. So I put the link in.
Imperial Israel. A new status quo is being established by the United States, Israel, and their partners across the region and in Europe. War rules the world. Permanent genocide. There is no turning back. The Zionist empire of Israel is expanding. Israel, in 600 days, has bombed Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Yemen, and the coast of Malta. Israel is setting the world on fire to protect its genocide. From a settler colonial ideology to an imperial power, the choice in the region is between independence or direct Israeli control. Israel is today a psychopathic entity. It kills as it breathes.
Let me just bring you some breaking news. Around 60 people, including 20 children, have been killed in an attack on a housing complex in the capital, Tehran.
Israel has added Iranian children to the long list of children it kills. It also killed civilians, nuclear scientists, and even the person heading Iran's nuclear negotiations, Ali Shamkhani.
Today, we sat down with Ali Shamkhani. He said Iran also wants a deal.
Yes, we are ready. We can definitely have better relations with the U.S.
Shamkhani said that Iran is willing to commit to never having a nuclear weapon, to getting rid of its stockpiles of highly enriched uranium, to only enriching to a level needed for civilian use, and to allow inspectors in to oversee it all, in exchange for lifting all sanctions immediately. He said Iran would accept that deal tonight.
Zionism is, of course, as we have known for many decades, the enemy of peace in the region. Israel has bombed a nuclear facility in Iran. If any state in the world were to bomb a nuclear facility anywhere, there would be universal condemnation of that act. Instead,
that's absolutely right. Absolutely right. We guarded American missile bases in Germany. And when you're guarding those American missile bases, you've got a shoot to kill card. Right? You've got 3 fences. No man's land. And you're in a tower. And you've got alarm bells. And you've got towers all around the military base. Guarding the missiles. And if anybody comes to those fences, you shoot to kill. Now, how is it right for a country to just decide to bomb it? Where was they were fake empty buildings. They put all the pictures up with the fake empty buildings. There's nothing in them. And they bombed it, thinking it was a nuclear. So all their fucking, 148 discs he showed yesterday, and 148,000 sheets of paper did he show yesterday? Was it that the video that I showed with all of CDs and all that lot on it? So
Yeah.
if that was all accurate, how come he managed to bomb a dummy building? But Where's the fallout? Where's the radiation? There is none because there was nothing there. Nothing there at all.
Instead, we find universal collaboration.
Yeah, November, man. You imagine doing that to Russia, or you imagine doing it to the UK, or imagine doing it to America. There'd be a nuke on the way, wouldn't there?
With that act.
A Downing Street spokesperson has told us that the Prime Minister has spoken to the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, and the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz this morning. The leaders discussed the long-held grave concerns about Iran's nuclear program. The leaders reaffirmed Israel's right to self-defense.
They forget to mention that Israel has over 200 nuclear warheads, which it does not declare. It's the only state in the Middle East which does so. Israel procured nuclear weapons through the work of Jonathan Pollard, an Israeli spy within the US military, who stole military secrets from the US, particularly on the development of nuclear weapons, and gave them to Israel. It is on
Yeah, but it's the same in Ukraine, isn't it? When they broke the dam, and the dam was using for cooling the reactors for the nuclear power plant. Between UK and Ukraine, we blew the walls out of the dam and lost the cooling facility for the nuclear reactors. And then Ukraine was trying to drone attack it, and the atomic inspectors were all there when Ukraine was trying to bomb it and trying to attack it. I can't remember what the place is called now. But Russia took it over from Ukraine and was trying to safeguard it. You had Russian military there. And Ukraine was trying to blow it up. And the UK helped them blow up the dam. That's it, Zaporizhzhia. Yeah, 5.7 gigawatts. Yeah, that's right. See, November man's on it. He listens.
on the back of that treachery that Israel was able to obtain its nuclear arsenal.
Well, in 2015, after nearly 30 years in prison and extensive efforts to free him, Pollard was granted parole, just under strict conditions. Pollard's parole has since been lifted, and his 5-year ban on travel was also now allowed to go unrenewed, in a move seen by some as a parting gift from the Trump administration.
Israeli nuclear scientist Mordechai Vanunu tried to lift the lid on Israel's nuclear program when he was under the care of the Rupert Murdoch-owned Times newspaper and tell the world about what was happening.
To inform the world about Israel's nuclear secret.
However, he was swiftly honey-trapped and kidnapped by Israel's external intelligence agency, Mossad.
The door opened and immediately jumped on me 2 people, and one kicked me in the stomach and I collapsed. Another one jumped on me, put his hand on my mouth, silencing me. Another woman came and injected me, and then I lost my conscience.
He was imprisoned for decades, most of it in solitary confinement, and now he is not allowed to leave occupied Palestine or have any communication with quote-unquote foreigners.
All what I want is to be free and to feel freedom. It could happen only when I leave Israel. To be free is to leave this country and to go abroad. Send me free from Israel. Let me go out of Israel.
Israel and its supporters talk about this as a preemptive strike against Iran. But it is Israel that has within its military directorate something called the Samson option, which is justifying the use of nuclear weapons against a target it deems fit. Iran has no such directive and has no nuclear weapons. Iran is being targeted for regime change because for decades it has supported the Palestinian resistance. The commitment of Iran to Palestine's liberation is not emotional or symbolic. It can be clearly traced through the words of both the Palestinians and their enemies, as was revealed by Talal Naji, the General Secretary of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Iran has gone to great lengths to arm, train, and fund all of the Palestinian resistance factions fighting Israel. He also asserts that Iran made possible for the Palestinian factions to develop their own means to defend themselves through training which took place in Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and Gaza. Talal Naji stated it was Soleimani himself who oversaw the delivery of Russian Kornet missiles to the resistance factions, which were then able to lay waste to Israeli Merkava tanks. Saleh al-Aruri, the late Hamas leader, stated Iran was the only state in the world with a budget that existed specifically for Palestinian liberation. The testimony of these individuals on Iran's contribution to the Palestinian cause cannot be discounted when understanding the development of all of this. The leader of the Iranian Revolution, Khomeini, stated,
"We are the supporters of any oppressed people. Anyone, anywhere who is oppressed, we will have sympathy with them. The Palestinians are oppressed by the Israelis, and Israelis is the oppressor, so we are sympathetic with the Palestinians."
He also stated, everyone should realize that the world's superpowers aim to create Israel does not end with the occupation of Palestine. They plan, heaven forbid, extending the fate of Palestine to all Arab countries. We are now in the process of the Greater Israel Project. Foreign intervention and regime change is not new in Iran. In the early 50s, Mohammad Mossadegh, a leader who was democratically elected, was overthrown in a CIA and MI6-backed coup in order to push back and establish what is now known as British.
Yeah, and that's when Mayor Tusi and when what's he called from Speaker's Corner side? Oh God, he's Iranian. Oh, what's he called? Can't think of his name. He goes up on the stage with Tommy Robinson. It was when his mum came over as well. He came over as a little boy. Their Greater Babylonian Project. What's my little troll saying now? I like you guys, but it always surprises me how easily people form an opinion based on such videos. The facts and the proof of that, Urban. Do you not read the facts and the proof, or do you just carry on with your mainstream media? Do you wait for Donald Trump to speak? Do you not look at what the rest of the government are actually saying? Do you not look at what Congress is saying? I know it's all a big play, but it's said in words, isn't it?
British Petroleum, BP. At that time, the company, the Anglo-Iranian oil company, Mossadegh hoped to nationalize it and use the country's resources for the betterment of his people. For that,
I can show you all the paperwork as well. Show you all the declassified paperwork.
He was overthrown and the Shah was installed. Today, you have the son of the Shah vying to take over Iran.
The ultimate solution is regime change. Now we have an opportunity.
Where are we heading? Alex Karp of CIA firm Palantir, which has been essential to Israel's genocide in Gaza.
I'm super proud of our stuff on the battlefield and to kill our enemies and scare them because they know they will be killed. That's my agenda. Doesn't have to be yours.
Alex Karp says that a three-front war with China, Russia, and Iran is on the cards. The United States is remaking the world, and Israel is the spear. We need to use our voices in every way we can to fight for peace and not war. While this policy is being taken by some of the most unpopular governments in the history of humanity, the vast majority of people across the world are against this war. Israel has normalized the killing of children in Palestine, in Gaza, in Yemen, in Syria, in Lebanon, and now Iran. The longer this continues, the more possible it will be in future to kill other children in other places. This is degrading our own humanity.
Exactly, Blunt.
As you can
exactly.
imagine, it is very difficult to publish information like this that reaches a wide audience. We are very fortunate to have Double Down News existing in the public sphere in the way it does, publishing this vital information. So,
Yeah, go on, give him a sub. But that wasn't the video. More. That wasn't the video I wanted to do. Arab leaders caught Alpin. So it's been taken down, is it? Which video was it, Peggy? Let's have a look. Oh, there it is. Right, same channel. This is the video. Copy the URL. Paste. Present. Share screen.
assembled the most pro-Israel cabinet. Donald Trump has assembled the most pro-Israel cabinet in the history of the United States. I've investigated his funders. It's not looking good. Donald Trump will repeat the mantra,
America first. America first. America first.
but when you look down his list of funders, it seems like it might just be Israel first. Donald Trump.
Definitely Israel first.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 176 of the Copyright Act 1976. Copyright is made for various purposes such as creating of various purposes such as reporting, scholarship, and researching, fair use and raised by copyright statutes and otherwise by copyright statute, not otherwise be educational or personal use tips to the balance in favor of fair use tips to the balance in favor of fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 1. Copyright disclaimer.
Trump selected Pete Hegseth as his Secretary of Defense. Pete Hegseth called on Trump to bomb Iranian energy and nuclear facilities.
What better time than now to say, we're starting the clock. You've got a week. You've got X amount of time before we start taking out your energy production facilities. We take out key infrastructure. We take out your missile sites. We take out nuclear development.
That is
we
not
take out
a popular idea.
capabilities.
And here Hegseth is advocating for Israel replacing Al-Aqsa with what he called the Third Temple.
1948 was a miracle. 1967 was a miracle. 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle. And there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible.
Strange, isn't it? Let me see where he's standing. The King David Hotel. Who blew up the King David Hotel?
Who?
The Jewish. The Likud Party, wasn't it? They were called something else before the Likud Party, but I'll remember it in a minute. It was the King David Hotel. And they tried to make... Hey?
Can they just put the temple beside the mosque or what?
Nah.
Possible.
And what about Trump's ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee? He has publicly claimed there is no occupation of the West Bank, and he refuses to refer to the West Bank as anything but Judea and Samaria.
There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as a settlement. They're communities, they're neighborhoods, they're cities. There's no such thing as an occupation.
Trump has also selected Elise Stefanik as his U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. She's someone who has gone on record as saying that nothing Israel ever does could cause the United States to remove funding from it.
There is no excuse for an American president to block aid to Israel. No excuse, full stop. That's why I'm proud to have sponsored or backed every measure to aid Israel that has come before the United States Congress. Every single one.
They say follow the money, so I did. To start with, Sheldon Adelson bankrolled Donald Trump's first election as president of the United States. Sheldon Adelson very publicly supported the use of nuclear weapons against Iran.
You pick up your cell phone and you call somewhere in Nebraska and you say, okay, let it go. So there's an atomic weapon goes over ballistic missiles in the middle of the desert.
And there is that pervert Shmuley, isn't it? Yeah. And the likes bouncing children on his lap. One daughter owns a great big sex industry thing.
Yeah, she's got a butt plug company.
Yeah, that's it. And they own part of Pornhub as well, don't they? And all these people that go on Pornhub and click over 18, they've just allowed their information to be taken. It's in the button. Israel gets their information as soon as they click that button. That's the one, Blunt.
That doesn't hurt a soul. Maybe a couple of rattlesnakes and scorpions or whatever. And then you say, see, the next one is in the middle of Tehran.
His request from Trump prior to the election was that if Trump arrived in the White House, he would recognize occupied Jerusalem as the capital of Israel and the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights of Syria as part of Israel. Trump did that.
I gave them Golan Heights. I gave them the Abraham Accords. I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the embassy in Jerusalem. And most importantly of all, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal. I was there 4 years, gave them billions and billions.
Tore up the Iran nuclear deal, which meant that they would have been fully vetted all the way through if he kept the deal.
Of dollars. I was the best friend Israel ever had.
Today, one of Trump's largest funders, giving him $100 million, is the widow of Sheldon Adelson, Miriam Adelson.
He promised to recognize Jerusalem and to move the embassy to Jerusalem. Promise kept. He promised to withdraw from Iran nuclear deal. Promise kept. And Golan Heights, that was a big gift. He promised Golan Heights and he recognized.
Adelson requested from Trump prior to this election that once he was in the White House, he would recognize, quote unquote, Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank. Donald Trump has given the signal that he will support this move to annex the West Bank and establish Israeli sovereignty over it. Smotrich, the Israeli finance minister, has come out and stated very clearly that 2025 will be the year of sovereignty for Israel over Judea and Samaria, the word that he uses to refer to the West Bank.
אני מתכוון בעזרת השם להוביל בהמשך החלטת ממשלה שקובעת שממשלת ישראל תפעל מול הנשיא החדש מול הממשל החדש, של הנשיא טראמפ, מול הקהילה הבינלאומית, להחלת הריבונות הישראלית ביהודה ושומרון, בהכרה אמריקאית ובינלאומית.
When we look at not only Miriam Adelson as one of his key funders, we also see other individuals who are likely to be pushing Trump in the same direction. Isaac Perlmutter and his wife have also bankrolled Donald Trump's presidential campaign. Isaac Perlmutter is a former Israeli soldier and the former chair of Marvel Entertainment. The same family foundation of the Perlmutters that funded Donald Trump's ascent to the presidency also funds the Friends of the IDF and illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank. Isaac Perlmutter's wife was on Donald Trump.
She looks like she should be a character in Marvel, doesn't she? You both disappeared.
No, I'm here.
She could be a character in Marvel, couldn't she?
Yeah. Like a creepy clown.
Mm. Yeah, that would scare you to death if you woke up and it was like semi-dark. Oh, fucking hell, man.
Yeah, they turn into ghouls, right?
Yeah.
That's why those cartoon characters get so accurate over time. They turn into ghouls.
Yeah. Where's the receipt for the 100 million? It's all there.
Isaac Perlmutter's wife was on Donald Trump's inauguration committee last time he was elected president. Another important source of funds in this presidential campaign has been the company Uline, headed by Richard Uline, which contributed over $10 million to the Trump campaign. Richard Uline has a history of funding organizations which docked Palestinian and pro-Palestinian students in the United States. The companies backed by Uline put the pictures and personal details of pro-Palestinian students on the side of trucks. They sought to get these students expelled from their universities. Another key funder of Donald Trump's presidential campaign was the Andreessen Horowitz investment firm. Now, Andreessen Horowitz is so deeply integrated with the Israeli occupation that it funds and partially owns several key Israeli intelligence companies like TOKA, which was founded by the former head of Israeli intelligence and former Prime Minister Ehud Barak. TOKA claims that it's a one-stop hacking shop, which can not only...
All right, Max, you take it easy. Right, so the Times of Israel. Copy. Paste. There you go. So the Israeli Times actually reported on it. New York Times. Miriam Adelson long operated in the shadow of her powerful husband, Sheldon Adelson. Now after his death, she is playing in politics. casino billionaire. I mean, Trump was the only one to make a casino go bankrupt. How the fucking hell do you bankrupt a casino? Yeah.
Smartphones, but also smart technology within homes and fridges of individuals which governments may want to know more about. Smartphones, but also it funds and partially owns several key Israeli intelligence companies like TOKA, which was founded by the former head of Israeli intelligence and former Prime Minister Ehud Barak. TOKA claims that it is a one-stop hacking shop which can hack not only smartphones, but also smart technology within homes and fridges of individuals which governments may want to know more about. Another company partially owned by Andreessen Horowitz is Wiz, founded by Asaf Rappaport, a former high-ranking officer from Unit 8200, the military intelligence signals section of the Israeli occupation forces. So here is an organization that is directly invested in Israeli intelligence companies, also funding Donald Trump at the same time. How could we not mention Elon Musk? His company, SpaceX, donated to the Donald Trump presidential campaign almost $120 million. Now, what is Elon Musk's relationship with Israel? What many do not know is that his company, SpaceX, launched several satellites for Israeli company ImageSat International. Now, ImageSat International is not only led by reserves in the Israeli military and former employees of Israel's largest company, Elbit Systems, but it is a key source for Israeli Unit 9900, which is the visual intelligence unit. ImageSat International and the spy satellites which have been launched for it by Elon Musk will be essential to all of its bombing campaigns. In fact, historically, it's known that ImageSat International have been a key part of Israel's thousands of bombing sorties over Syria. The fact that this was not seen as a conflict of interest for Elon Musk to, at the same time, be running X, formerly known as Twitter, but also launching spy satellites to assist in Israel's bombing campaigns is.
So 23 billionaires made six-figure donations. The big money donors from Base Pro Shops, Ashley Furniture, Apollo Global Management, and more donated to Trump in recent months. 23 billionaires donated to him. And Wiz's thank you in supporting Trump. Then Trump's pushed the deal so that Wiz gets $32 billion from Google. So it worked out very good for Wiz, didn't it? To sell their technology to Google. I don't know which bit of it you don't understand, Urban.
Is quite indicative of a wider rot within our media and political classes.
Yeah, Wankel engine. You leverage it, Smiler. I don't know what that means, November. Elon has. Mind you, Elon come out, didn't he, and said, you know why the reason why the Epstein files ain't been released? Because Trump's on them. And that's why they ain't been released. And what did he say on that interview? Are you going to release them? Well, yeah, I'm going to release them, but you've got to remember there might be some lies in it. There might be some lies in it. There might be people's names in there that might not have gone to Epstein Island. Because his name was there. And so was all his family's names.
Another key funder of Trump is Primerica Distribution, which contributed $5 million to his campaign. Now, Primerica Distribution also funds the key Israel lobby group, the ADL, which has been found to have infiltrated.
ADL based in the UK as well. All the donations that are given to ADL in the UK all go to Israel. And it's that silly guy that decided to walk up the wrong way at the Plasticine rally, carrying his what was he carrying? He was carrying his prayer book or something, wasn't he? When he was walking up the wrong way. I can't remember his silly name. I know I showed the video clips of it all. He had a camera crew all around him and security all around him when he was walking the wrong way. Oh, the turbine engine. Yeah. It's one that Elbit Systems use in all the drones.
Many political groups and spied on pro-Palestinian and Palestinian Americans. Trump also received another $5 million from the investment firm Elliott Management, headed by Paul E. Singer, a donor to the Friends of the IDF, the Birthright Foundation, and the Israel Independence Fund. But more interestingly than that, Paul E. Singer is the founder of the Startup Nation Central organization. This is an organization which has siphoned former employees of the Israeli military and particularly Israel's Unit 8200 into big tech companies in order to combat BDS and also direct jobs within the tech sector into Israel. Trump's policy in the region will also call upon his reliable allies in Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law,
One that Netanyahu shares his bed when he comes over to America.
Is somebody that grew up
allegedly
so close to Netanyahu that when Netanyahu would come and stay in New York, he would sometimes stay in the bedroom of Jared Kushner. Under Trump's watch, Kushner
he said it as well.
set up alongside the Saudi Arabian and UAE governments something called Affinity Partners. Kushner described it as a corridor for Gulf investment in Israel. So Affinity Partners, which was started with Saudi and UAE money, billions of dollars, is now an owner of Phoenix Holdings. Phoenix Holdings is an Israeli investment firm which partly owns Elbit Systems, Israel's largest arms company. 85% of the drones used by Israel on the West Bank and Gaza come from Elbit Systems. Phoenix
And they're built in the UK.
Holdings has also sponsored and insured infrastructure and building projects in illegal Israeli settlements, and even provides the funding for a wind energy plant located in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights of Syria. The Jared Kushner Saudi and UAE funded project Affinity Partners is also currently a shareholder in the Shlomo Group, an Israeli corporation. The Shlomo Group produces the most valuable ships in the Israeli military. The Trump era led to a deeper integration between Israel's security services and both the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Maximalist Zionist strategy and the integration of the region's militaries with Israel's military and security services. Were this any other interest group, individuals with relationships to a foreign state funding a political campaign, it would be seen as foreign interference. In fact, Trump was so servile to Israel during his time in the White House that John Sawyers, the former head of Britain's external intelligence agency, MI6, said the following about him. Trump was easily the most manipulated US president Israel has ever enjoyed. He recognized Israel's illegal annexation of the Syrian Golan Heights, which no other country has done. Trump's proposals for a solution to Palestine were largely written by the Israelis. The most aggressive groups among the Zionists have welcomed Donald Trump's election. with Daniel Luria, somebody who has a reputation for seizing Palestinian land in Jerusalem over many years, welcoming this situation. He has said, Israel could never have asked for anything more than this. We have got a very unique situation now to really have literally a new Middle East and readjust everything. By readjust everything, the Zionist movement means that it is pushing for the replacement of Al-Aqsa. This is fully backed by the Israeli government. When Donald Trump celebrated the establishment of the US embassy in Jerusalem, it was a point that Netanyahu made clear in his speech, that this was a precursor to the replacement of Al-Aqsa.
And it was here in Jerusalem, some 2,000 years later, that the soldiers of Israel spoke three immortal words: Har Habayit B'Yadenu, the Temple Mount is in our hands.
The Temple Institute, one of the most prominent organizations calling for this change, is an organization funded by both the Israeli Ministry of Culture and the Israeli Ministry of Education. And it has grown so close to the Israeli military that membership of the organization is actually offered to women as an alternative to conscription in the army. The Temple Institute has produced a 200-pound golden menorah, which it holds next to the Wailing Wall and intends to install on top of the ruins of Al-Aqsa. Trump has done well to market himself as a non-interventionist. However, what it seems like is he will look to escalate in the Middle East. My predictions are that Donald Trump will recognize, quote unquote, Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank. He will seek to escalate with Iran, and he will also support Israel's expansion, demolishing of Al-Aqsa, and the establishment of what they call the Third Temple in its place. As an independent journalist, it's very difficult for me to find places that will publish this type of investigative work. I've been very fortunate that Double Down News has agreed to do so. So I hope that you can support Double Down News on Patreon and keep this important work going.
Double Down News. What's Urban going on about whose temperature? I've never heard any of this Trump Epstein. Oh my God. Do you live in a fucking box room or something, Urban?
Last comment got to come out anyway.
Which one?
No, the Norman communal exercise one.
Mm.
Oh God, he's relentless, isn't he?
Crazy how this side is winning the propaganda. Where are you based, Urban? Where do you live? Do you live in Israel? Do you watch Matusi? Jared Kushner registered to vote as a woman. Pro-Israeli. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what he's saying. That's what I said earlier, wasn't it? Yeah, well, I go both sides as well, Urban. Have you read the Talmud? Have you, Urban? Have you read the Talmud? Do you believe in Jesus?
I think he believes in unicorns and the Tooth Fairy.
Yeah. I bet he still puts a pound under his pillow. Right, anything happened yet? Israel occupation forces storm the city of Nablus again. They're going into Nablus again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chicago. 2C is even worse. Well, 2C is like right up Israel's arse. Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen says Netanyahu has turned the Trump administration into a subcontractor for his agenda in the Middle East. The Israeli occupation army issues urgent evacuation warnings to the Arak Kandab area in Iran. You're eating sweets, you are, aren't you?
No. Take me bloody tablets I should have took earlier.
Hello.
Yeah, bloody clock of taking them now, isn't it? Oh.
Oh God. Oh my God, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Oh, that's bad. They've hacked into the Zionist alarm system. So I'm guessing in all the Israeli houses they've got this alarm system.
Yeah.
Yeah. It plays Kaibar, O Zionist, the army of Muhammad is coming.
Oh, bloody hell.
Oh, that's bad, that, isn't it? Well, this was from a few days ago, and CBS Evening News. It was censored by Israeli media.
Oh, that was awfully good of it.
Aye.
I said, that was awfully good of them.
Yeah. I think it's the one we saw where their bomb goes up and comes back down again.
Oh, yeah.
Where they said they hacked the systems.
An Iranian strike deep in the heart of Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
Straight.
So yeah, look, they've edited it. Like you can see in a minute, you see the smoke plume goes up. Remember, it goes like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've edited it. Look.
Oh.
So there's the smoke plume going up, and then if you remember, it comes back down on itself.
Yeah.
An Iranian strike deep in the heart of Tel Aviv. For the fifth straight day, the skies above the city lit up as Israel's air defense system intercepted one Iranian missile after another.
Right?
Buggers, isn't they?
Yeah, so I find the real one and play the real one again. Yeah. Where's all the bombs? Where are they all? Well, no, Russia poses a 360-degree threat globally.
Americans are the most loving, God-fearing, fair, least discriminatory people on the planet. And they want to know that if you're waking up and thinking about harming American citizens, or if American citizens are taken hostage and kept in dungeons, or if you're a foreign power sending fentanyl to poison our people, something really bad is going to happen to you and your friends and your cousins and your bank account and your mistress and whoever was involved. And, you know, when Americans are spending $1 trillion on defense, what I want and what I think my peers want is, why are these people keeping our citizens hostage, torturing our people, attacking our allies, maligning us in what was once called the United Nations, basically a discriminatory institution against anything good? We need to stand up.
Wow, can he sit still?
Don't look like it.
What's he taken, man? He's on fentanyl.
Up, and those people need to be scared. And that's why this conference is so important, because we have the best products in the world, and we cannot have parity. Our adversaries do not have our moral compunction. If it's even, they will take advantage of our niceness, kindness, our desire to be at home in Nebraska or New Hampshire or wherever we live in our peaceful environments. And they need to wake up scared and go to bed scared. And if you give that to the American people will go back and say, and honestly, probably shouldn't say this is why I thought the Democrats were going to lose the election, why they did, because people want to live in peace. They want to go home. They do not want to hear your woke pagan ideology. They want to know they're safe. And safe means that the other person is scared. That's how you make someone safe. And the average American person understands this. Unfortunately, many of the intellectually captured institutions, funneled and intellectually owned by the Berkeley faculty, do not. And that's what they want. It's sure as hell what I want. And that's what Palantir and all the people in this room, I hope we're here to serve the American people. And my version of service is the soldiers are happier, the enemies are scared, and Americans go back to enjoying the fact that we're the only one with a real tech scene in this country, and we're going to win everything. That's how I see it.
Absolute megalomaniac. Donald Trump just handed Palantir the contract to build the federal AI database, which will be the single most dangerous consolidation of power in modern American history. Palantir isn't a tech company, it's a surveillance machine born inside the CIA, funded through INQ Tel and run by PayPal's Peter Thiel. This is the same Peter Thiel who groomed the character of Vice President J.D. Vance prior to the election, and Trump, who ran on Drain the Swamp, has just handed him the keys. You're watching a merger of big tech, big government, and artificial intelligence, branded as patriotism. They're building infrastructure for digital or for terrorism. They're Peter Thiel. Is it Peter Thiel? Peter Thiel? I don't know what he's called. Copperfield? Anyway, we're all going to die. We're all going to die. South East London. What part of South East London?
Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never happened if I was president. You guys agree with that, right? Would have never happened if I was president. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, you know, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later.
Well, he all got hard hats on and he's got a baseball cap on. Why's he got a MAGA hat on? Should say, make Israel great again, shouldn't it? That's what he stands behind.
Unconditional surrender. Two very simple words. Very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. You know, for 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. You know, war is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that.
Does he think that Israel are winning against them?
Seems to, doesn't he?
He has only nomadic. Hello, Rob Random.
Hello, nomadic. Hello, Rob Random. That's just like an echo, wasn't it?
Yep, that name Peter Thiel is crazy. Yeah, I don't know how you say it. Thiel. Thiel? Peter Thiel? Peter Thiel? I don't know. Make America Great Britain again. Yeah.
We won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress. And
Well, after the first night, just in one area, 223,000 insurance claims. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's no back door out of this theatre. Well, we're front line and centre, aren't we? Front line and centre. Watching it all happen.
We'll see. The next week is going to be very big. Maybe less than a week. Maybe less.
Peggy, were these the contractors who put the flagpoles in, were they? I'm wondering why they're all standing there. Or where he's standing. Oh no, that says Manson on it. Manson. The badge says.
But is there anybody here
Well, no, it isn't outside the White House, is it? It is an industrial unit.
that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. That dust blows to other nations and they get decimated.
That dust blows to other nations, but you want to bomb it, you fools. If you really think they got there, why aren't you just going in and disarming it and, and like packing it away? Do you think if you bomb it, it's not going to create dust? They're proper thick, aren't they? It's like Storm Shadow. It's like when they're using Storm Shadow and the Geiger counters will go mental. And that's depleted uranium. 90 warheads. 90 warheads is claimed about it.
This is just not a threat you can have.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my mind. You pull out the phone and use the
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator and now you're throwing out theology and I am a Christian and I am allowed to weigh in on this.
Yeah, she says, those who bless Israel are promised blessing, while those who curse Israel are promised curses. Genesis 12:3. I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonors you I will curse. And in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. The promise given to Abraham is repeated in other passages like Numbers 24-9. Emphasizing the divine consequence for those who interact with the nation of Israel. So you got the verse completely ass backwards. Yeah, well, Tucker Carlson gave Trump an apology earlier. Did you hear me play where Crew said yesterday, we're bombing Israel tonight. We're bombing Iran tonight. Well, I've done a whole video on why they aren't God's chosen people. No, it was last night, Nomadic. I think I played it earlier as well. Tucker Cruz. That. What is the population of the Death Star?
Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive that gets.
No.
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government, and I don't. It's not. It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay, so it's not has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay, but it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have with the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if.
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah, and why aren't what you're saying is false.
Why aren't they?
Oh, where's the one that I played early?
Does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other. And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all. Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us. And I'm not.
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that. And
by the way,
I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on. I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest.
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
He has turned into a proper twat.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay, this is
no,
cute.
it's not
Okay.
even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
Okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a
who
senator
says,
who's calling for the
you're one who
overthrow of the
claims-
government.
You're the
and
one
you
who
don't know
claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump.
No,
You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a
saying
good
you
idea
don't
to kill
believe-
General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really
we
believe
are
that...
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was. You said Israel was.
Right, with our help.
We
We
believe
are
that.
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was. Them in retaliation. And if you really
we are
believe that...
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive
No,
capacity.
we're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is high
Israel. as their-
stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war
we're-
with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Boom. Yeah, I know, Rob. How can you cross your legs like that? I mean, what do you do? Tuck your balls up first, lift your balls up first? Yeah, I played him from 1980 all the way through till present day. Well, I think all of the US government. I mean, Ted Cruz was over there partying not long ago. I was playing videos of him dancing and partying. That was after October the 7th, that was. Well, it can, but it can be a bit painful if you don't, adjust your ball bag first. There. Should join the traveling Clats Discord, Smiler. You do good in there. Who's the traveling Clats? Who's the traveling Clats? Do you know who the traveling Clats are?
Never heard of him.
Bit Echo Chamber SK on YouTube. What's Echo Chamber? So, do you not come on panel, Urban? What does chlorine chicken taste like? I don't know. We're going to be having it soon, Rick. We done a deal, didn't we? Did you see the video I played earlier or the video I played yesterday, Nomadic? Where's it gone? Where's it over there? No, here you go. Share screen.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the rich uranium for an atom bomb.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
Get food as for
If you take away the Soviet Union and its chief proxy, the PLO, international terrorism would collapse.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Obviously, we'd like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. What is the best place to proceed? It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken out? The more victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes the second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second victory in Iraq will make the third victory that much easier too, but it may change the nature of achieving that victory. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
How many?
I call him Satan Yahoo. Yes, the spawn of the devil, isn't he?
He's banging the same drum for fucking decades, isn't he?
Well, what's that? 1985, 1982, was it? 1980? Yeah. 1982 to 2025.
Yeah.
Crazy, crazy, crazy man. He'd be calling Iran's bombing in the minute. He'd calling it a Holocaust.
Oh, probably.
It's a Holocaust. Oh, I was watching them. I was watching them in the news because they had all their houses blown up, and they were all crying because their houses are blown up. And we can't fly out of Israel. We can't get out of Israel because the airports have been bombed. Where are we going to go? Where are we going to stay? And somebody walking past said, buy a fucking tent. I thought, oh dear. Oh dear. I guarantee he's been arrested. Guarantee he's been arrested.
Hmm.
So he must be living in Israel or working in Israel.
Yeah.
Looking at the plight of the Israeli and then looking at the plight of the fucking Palestinians. Yeah, Khazarian mafia. That's definitely Polsky. Yeah, Milikowski. Landy, what's the Polish as in Mr. Sheenrick? The Traveling Clat is a pro-Israel channel. It has a lot of anti-Israel panelists in its Discord. Really good conversations from both sides. All right. Have you got a Discord link? Right, it's true, isn't it? Although, I mean, Trump last time said, stop fucking building. Stop building or me and you are going to fall out. He actually said it on the podium. I played it all on here. What about Tommy's funding? Oh, Tommy.
Doesn't seem to be nothing coming in, does it?
No bombs, no. It's like internet blackout, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we knew something big was happening last night because what was the name of that pizza place in America? Papa Joe's, was it?
Papa John's, isn't it?
Papa John's is just down the road from the Pentagon, apparently.
Yeah.
And, well, it was really, really busy there last night. They said they put up the waiting times. Urban, I always listen to both sides. And my cousin actually married an Ashkenazi Jew. And although it's on the father's side, the children grow up with Jewish traditions. But not these strange ones. They aren't into cross-dressing or anything like that, and then into you know, this weird sexual thing, and then into all the genders neither. And Urban, have you actually read the Talmud? You know, you're talking about you know, hearing both sides and all that lot. I buy weed from Tommy is always underweight. November, man. Well, I mean, modern world history, when I was a kid, I mean, I sat my exams in 82, O-levels. And my cousin's husband and my cousin were all at my house, and the grandparents, his grandparents. Yeah. So I was on punishment. So I was sitting at the dining room table because we had an open planned house. So I sat at the dining room table doing my own work. So she wanted to see what I was doing. So she picked up the books and she was reading the book, and it was modern world history. No. This is all wrong. This is all wrong. I never done no CSEs. I did O-levels. I was ordinary me. Did 8 and got 1 ungraded, and that was modern world history. Because when I went back to the school and said, here, look, my cousin's granny or mother-in-law says this history's wrong, and she told me the real history. So what are you going to tell me about it? And why are we learning it if it's wrong? And he said, because it's in the curriculum and I've got to teach the curriculum. And his argument was he didn't necessarily believe it, but he's got to teach what's on the curriculum. And boom, it was like there, right there. You're singing off a hymn sheet. Singing off a hymn sheet. You know, and if anybody, I think quite a few of you been here when I've played Europa. I've gone through the history of things on Europa. And also Hitler, the greatest story never told. When I've played that. He's always a tart. Net Brainwashing Institute. Where are your two mates, Ray and what's she called? They only go in Nathan's now. They don't go anywhere else.
Don't think they go in there now.
Yeah, I saw Ray in there the other day modding.
Oh, was she? Perhaps I didn't see him in there because I don't go in there.
Yeah, and it's all part of the Agenda 2030. It's all part of the Agenda 2030. I played it on here. I've done it on here. I've done it on Nathan's. Teaching 4-year-old children about masturbation. When I say anti-Israel, I don't mean that literally. It's just the easiest way to explain it, though. So do you not think that Israel is a problem? If Israel was such a good place, why are the Orthodox Jews so badly treated? Why did the IDF punch them in the face? Why did the Orthodox Jews come out and speak out against Israel and say, not my Israel? Why did the Orthodox Jews burn the Israeli flag? What is on the Israeli flag? What's the star on the Israeli flag? Do you know that, Urban? Star random. Nearly, Rob. Nearly, Rob. A star of R. It's not the Star of David. Yep, the Star of Remphan. And who classed it as the Red Shield? One particular family classed it as the Red Shield. They had it above their shop before they started lending, when they used to buy and sell gold, and then they started lending money to the governments.
Rothschilds.
Oh, I was waiting for Urban to. Yeah, I was waiting to see if Urban knew. Come on, Urban, you're the man in the know. What was the 12 tribes of Israel? Oh, I've got to play that video for him, haven't I?
Yeah.
Which one do I play? Do I play the indoctrination of children? Or do I play why the Jews aren't the chosen ones?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, really, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I could play. I could play the end of my. When did I do that live? Tommy is owed a big apology. Why is he owed a big apology? He begged and pleaded off of millions of citizens that he wanted money to fight his claim and fight that he was not guilty. And he walked, and everybody donated to him like idiots, like little fucking sheep. And they all donated to him. And he walked into court and pleaded guilty. We didn't even need no barristers to walk into court and plead guilty, did he? I need it for my legal fund. And you got Ezra set up t-shirt sales and God knows what else sales. He didn't need no money. He walked into the courtroom and went, "Yeah, I'm guilty, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm guilty, Your Honor." So he didn't need no money, did he? He begged for a national inquiry, and now there's going to be what? You think he begged for the national inquiry? Oh my fucking God. After government begged for the national inquiry, the fucking public begged for a national inquiry. They'd already done the report. Already did a whole fucking topic going through the fucking report. He begged for a national inquiry. Fuck it now. Yep, same as me, Nomadic. 58 this year, November. One day I might earn enough money to retire. Yeah, he's laughing all the way to the next Burberry store. Exactly. Faith knows the crack. Should we look at his funding? Should we look at Tommy's funding? I think you're behind on current affairs in the UK as of the last 2 days.
No.
No. Right, all the government asked for it. All the government asked for it. Well, Tommy is banged up. And they've debated over it since she did the report. And they said it took 7 years to do the report. And how much money it cost to do the report. So the is it the Inspector General? Is she called the Inspector General? The big chief Walla Walla that's had him over a barrel 2 or 3 times. She's had him over the barrel. Jimmy Badenoch, well, before what's he called stepped down, he was asking for it as well. What was he called? The skinny one with a big head, big nose and big ears. I'm reading the chat, you silly bugger. Right, let's have a look. What do we want? Sexualization of children, Tommy Robinson funding. What was the other one? There was 3, wasn't there? There was 3 different videos. Which one was a good? Which ones did I say? Yeah, Rupert Lowe was the best thing that ever happened to reform, and they fucked him off. And who fucked him off? The donor. Who's the donor? Who's the donor? I mean, I think that's the only thing I agree with Bants and Rants. Sparky, that's the only thing I agree with Sparky today. Rupert Lowe. Best thing that ever happened to reform, and they got rid of him. And why did they get rid of him? And why is your fucking little reform puppet, Mr. Fill My Pockets Up with Money? Another one, fill my pockets up with money. When he went into the EU, he worked out to scam 120 grand a month out of them, didn't he? Right, where's my lives? Which live did I do it on?
God knows you've done so many of them, haven't you?
The agenda, their vision, your future, full documentary. That was it, wasn't it?
Sounds probably like it.
Oh, I got a thing. Wikipedia, the New World Order is a term often used in conspiracy theories, which hypothesize. Oh, I'm glad. What's he called? Ain't you? Backstage staff. Yeah, Wikipedia. Wikipedia left a comment on my live. Right. How much of it do we play? Do we play all of it again, or?
I don't know, mate. I'm going to get off in a minute anyway.
Okay, Kogi.
I got to get a couple of hours kit before I go to that bloody appointment.
Oh, you got it again tomorrow, do you?
Usually just
Yeah, I couldn't go today.
let's see how.
Yeah, you said.
How
Mm.
Oh, look, I've got 2 spinny things up there now.
All right, Dodgy.
Oh,
Popping candy. Popping candy. Oh, my giddy aunt. Oh, I hate the sound of my own voice.
All right, Land Rover.
Come on, they had to play.
Fusion of the physical, the digital, and the biological world.
So right now they're at about 40 to 60% accuracy with wireless brain-to-machine interface. So
yeah,
yeah, they're getting there.
Yeah, I only got this far and thought of you straight away. This is as far as I've watched. And it was like, this is a film for Max. Where's Max? Why isn't Max live? Oh my Gideon.
Well, hit play again. Let's see what else you got.
It's changing who we are.
These people have gotten to the point now where they are openly anti-human.
Everything will be monitored. The environmental consequences of every human action. They cannot happen without digital.
Who's Trump just signed up with? Palantir. Who are Palantir doing? I read out the contract earlier on, didn't I?
Digital ID.
Once the digital ID is in place, it's game over for humanity.
It's already here.
Yeah.
The ideology of a world dictated through science is deep-rooted. Almost a century ago, a movement was established in the United States, preaching that the population should be governed by an elite of selected experts, scientists, and academics, rather than democratically elected politicians.
Oh yeah, pause
They
for a
called
second.
it
You hear what Trump's doing, eh? He wants which one? Palantir to build a database on every American.
Yeah, and you know Palantir is Palantir run by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hoax because they already have that. It's called
Yeah, same as in UK. Starmer's already, or I think Rishi Sunak already signed up to Palantir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you've had a digital twin for years.
Yeah.
So they're going to merge that. And that's your digital ID too, already set up with social credits for everything. Yeah, they're already there. So.
Oh, we got a bitch tits raid. Evening, Rachel.
Radio. All right.
technocracy.
These engineers and scientists from Columbia University promoted what they thought was going to be the replacement for capitalism and free enterprise. It's not going to be a price-based economic system. It's going to be based on resources and energy, control over energy. They thought the science was the answer for everything. They didn't have any spiritual bone at all. They were very mechanistic in their thinking.
The definition was clear.
Technocracy is the science of social engineering, the scientific operation of the entire social mechanism to produce and distribute goods and services to the entire population.
The movement was short-lived, but the principle never died. As we'll demonstrate, a stranglehold on policy and resources has always been the ambition of the powerful oligarchs behind many of today's world institutions.
It seems to me that there's a very strong drift in the direction of globalization, of the ultimate centralization of control in the hands of unelected officials at supranational organizations. The lust to control other human beings is a story as old as time.
They want all of the resources of the world in their pocket. They do not want you and me to have anything. It's in writing all over the World Economic Forum's website. By 2030, you will own nothing and be happy. That's not oxymoron. If you don't have anything in your name, you ain't going to be happy about it.
The World Economic Forum may have called that infamous phrase a prediction, but it translates as a statement of intent on behalf of its global power brokers.
The bigger picture is that an attempt is underway now to collapse liberal democracy and replace it with global technocracy. What I call an omni-war is now underway, which is to say that the transnational ruling class is literally, it's not a metaphor, is literally at war with the rest of humanity and has weaponized everything that it can.
This is a coup.
We already seen it over the COVID hoax, didn't we? Yeah. Is that you, Michael?
Yeah. No.
All right.
You all right?
Yeah, your avatar's gone.
Yeah, I know. What fuckly had to do with that. It's something or other happened.
Michael.
All right, Max.
Good to see you.
Yeah, and you.
And they've just done another one of those like exercise 201. They've just done another exercise a couple of months ago. For they estimated 240,000 Americans are going to die in 24 hours. Ed Winter, Rachel's here on the raid. Yeah, so everything's already been weaponized, isn't it? Yeah. Fauci, Bill Gates. Yeah, for the 4th of July. That's right, Spike, you've seen it.
Yeah, I've heard about something about the 4th of July.
Yeah.
It's going to go off then.
Yeah. Yeah, the big exercise. Same as the exercise 201. Bill and Melinda Gates.
Oh, okay.
I think this one's DARPA, I think. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, it could be. Depends on how far they want to go. Right? They could pull out hemorrhagic fever, but we
take it easy.
that if you have an EMF meter, you'd see it. That's one possibility, because really, by the time
watch it.
was actually caused by electricity, the pandemonium would have been well into full force.
Yeah.
Feeding out their eyes.
Watch that.
Think they've got a bug.
What is it? What was it? What was it? I saved it earlier. Guys, should just find the documentary itself. And play the documentary. Carry on playing, and I'll find it. Yep, yellow fingers. No
They
nicotine.
can remove the power from the parliament and the legislative branch and consolidate it into a monetary system which has complete control.
That control is now entirely achievable because the would-be controllers finally have the tools to execute it. Total surveillance, artificial intelligence, digital IDs, and central bank digital currencies.
The potential for social control is gigantic and potentially irreversible.
What our experts are describing is a world commanded by an exclusive group of bankers and industrialists, affecting every aspect of our lives. What we eat, what we can buy, where we travel, where we live, and all bypassing democratically elected governments. You could be forgiven for thinking this is a grand conspiracy theory, but please consider this.
The term conspiracy theory has become one of the most successful propaganda terms of all time in closing down discussion and debate. It's a thought-terminating cliche, but nevertheless, it's surprisingly effective when you try to calmly present evidence in a factual and reasoned manner.
In this film, we will present evidence that the global takeover is not only possible, it's actually happening, and has been decades in the making. They plan to commandeer land, reduce farming, and radically change the food we eat, transform the supply of electricity, and then dictate how we use it, and replace currency with a system of credits under their control. It's a classic template to win the war, take control of food, of energy, and of money. And here's the key. All three strategies are built on the premise of a climate crisis caused by carbon dioxide, a gas that is actually vital for life on the planet. So what if the whole carbon narrative was one gargantuan lie? A political maneuver to establish their brave new world.
A big lie is a lie which is told on such a scale that ordinary people simply would not imagine it to be possible.
People with empathy can't fathom that a group of people would organize and engineer this kind of mass atrocity to get where they want to go.
It should come as no surprise that financial kingpins are calling the shots. And it's certainly no conspiracy theory when banking executives spell out their intentions.
Yeah, I've said it time and time again. You know, you've got all these farmers with polytunnels. Yeah, they all buy CO2 generators. Yeah, because if they feed them CO2, the plants grow quicker and they go stronger. You know, just go and have a look. CO2 generator. When you see them, they're all hung up in all the greenhouses and all the polytunnels and.
Yep, I used to have one. I grew myself.
Yeah.
Makes bigger buds.
That's right. On the tomato plants.
Yep.
The fire extinguisher does the same job. Well, it's like, I mean, you buy them for fish tanks as well. CO2 generator for your fish tank to grow your plants in your fish tank.
Yep.
But apparently,
yeah, mine was just a propane burner. Just burn some propane and they grow good.
Yeah. And then I saw something about bugs in chocolate, but we've had bugs in flour and cricket flour. We've had cricket flour for years.
Yeah. There's a certain amount of bug in pretty much everything, though. You know.
Yeah, but this is actually cricket flour, like your low end bread.
Yeah.
You know, your loaves of bread for like 60, 70p. You know, it's made of cricket flour.
Yeah, I think a lot of the coatings on like chicken and stuff now, or they buy those like nuggets or whatever. I think that's a lot of cricket.
Yeah, but it's like you've got a lot of people that are allergic to shell food, but they're also allergic to cricket flour because it's still a crustacean.
Yeah, with that chitin in it or chitin or whatever.
Yeah, chitin. Right, let's go. Let it roll.
We are on the brink of a dramatic change where we are about to, and I'll say this boldly, we're about to abandon the traditional system of money and accounting and introduce a new one. And the new accounting is what we call blockchain. It means digital. It means having a almost perfect record of every single transaction that happens.
Blockchain is inside you. So.
Which will give us.
Blockchain, that's inside the human body.
Yeah.
That's how come it's so secure and safe, because it's written on your body, in your body.
Perhaps you can show us a bit of that afterwards.
The lust to control other human
This
beings
is
is a story as old as time.
2022.
There's a very strong drift in the direction of globalization,
clarity
of the
over
ultimate
what's going on.
centralization
It
of
also raises
control
huge
in the hands
dangers in
of
terms of
unelected
the balance
officials
of power
at
between
supranational
states and
organizations.
citizens.
They
We are
want
shifting to a new
all of
financial
the
system, but the
resources
general
of the world
population
in their
is not
pocket.
shifting to a new financial system. It's shifting to a control grid.
CBDC can allow government agencies and private sector players to program, to create smart contract, to allow targeted policy functions. For example, welfare payment. For example, consumption coupon. For example, food stamp. By programming CBDC, those money can be precisely targeted for what kind of people can own and what kind of.
About 10 years ago, we launched the first and most widely used stablecoin, enabling over 400
use this money can be utilized.
A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations, and also we will have the technology to enforce that.
They're saying we can control with rules. We don't need currency anymore. And so it's no longer a financial system or a currency system. It's purely a digital concentration camp. It's a slave.
And these three that have just spoken are all international monetary funds. She's a big banker. The other one was a banker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
you want adjustable money.
Yeah, but BRICS nations is gold backed.
Yeah, partially.
Yeah.
You could even print gold slip dollars. They're just a piece of plastic with a piece of pure gold sandwiched in it.
Yeah.
You know?
Play it without interruptions. How far do we get? So play it from the beginning without interruptions, like. Anybody there?
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a fantastic parable about the dehumanization of human beings. In the negative utopia described in my story, man has been subordinated to his own inventions. Science, technology, social organization, these things have ceased to serve man. They have become his masters.
Aldous Huxley's novel portrays a dystopian future under the dictatorship of a world state, where every aspect of human life is controlled, from laboratory creation to the grave. He described the story as fantasy, but later wrote, "The prophecies made in 1931 are coming true much sooner than I thought they would. The nightmare of total organization has emerged and is now awaiting us, just around the next corner."
With the rise of brain-computer interfaces and biometric sensors and so forth, all the bodies, all the brains would be connected together to a network, and you won't be able to survive if you're disconnected from the net.
All life on Earth is going to be radically changed.
It's a fusion of the physical, the digital, and the biological world. It's changing who we are.
These people have gotten to the point now where they are openly anti-human.
Everything will be monitored. The environmental consequences of every human action. They cannot happen without digital ID.
Once the digital ID is in place, it's game over for humanity.
The ideology of a world dictated through science is deep-rooted. Almost a century ago, a movement was established in the United States, preaching that the population should be governed by an elite of selected experts, scientists, and academics, rather than democratically elected politicians. They called it technocracy.
These engineers and scientists from Columbia University promoted what they thought was going to be the replacement for capitalism and free enterprise. It's not going to be price-based economic system. It's going to be based on resources and energy, control over energy. They thought that science was the answer for everything. They didn't have any spiritual bone at all. You know, they were very mechanistic in their thinking.
The definition was clear.
Technocracy is the science of social engineering, the scientific operation of the entire social mechanism to produce and distribute goods and services to the entire population.
The movement was short-lived, but the principle never died. As we'll demonstrate, a stranglehold on policy and resources has always been the ambition of the powerful oligarchs behind many of today's world institutions.
It seems to me that there's a very strong drift in the direction of globalization, of the ultimate centralization of control in the hands of unelected officials at supranational organizations. The lust to control other human beings is a story as old as time.
They want all of the resources of the world in their pocket. They do not want you and me to have anything. It's in writing all over the World Economic Forum's website. By 2030, you will own nothing and be happy. That's an oxymoron. If you don't have anything in your name, you ain't going to be happy about it.
The World Economic Forum may have called that infamous phrase a prediction, but it translates as a statement of intent on behalf of its global power brokers.
The bigger picture is that an attempt is underway now to collapse liberal democracy and replace it with global technocracy. What I call an omni-war is now underway, which is to say that the transnational ruling class is literally, it's not a metaphor, is literally at war with the rest of humanity and has weaponized everything that it can.
This is a coup. They can remove the power from the parliament and the legislative branch and consolidate it into a monetary system which has complete control.
That control is now entirely achievable because the would-be controllers finally have the tools to execute it. Total surveillance, artificial intelligence, digital IDs, and central bank digital currencies.
The potential for social control is gigantic and potentially irreversible.
What our experts are describing is a world commanded by an exclusive group of bankers and industrialists, affecting every aspect of our lives. What we eat, what we can buy, where we travel, where we live, and all bypassing democratically elected governments. You could be forgiven for thinking this is a grand conspiracy theory, but please consider this.
The term conspiracy theory has become one of the most successful propaganda terms of all time in closing down discussion and debate. It's a thought-terminating cliche, but nevertheless, it's surprisingly effective when you try to calmly present evidence in a factual and reasoned manner.
In this film, we will present evidence that the global takeover is not only possible, it's actually happening, and has been decades in the making. They plan to commandeer land, reduce farming, and radically change the food we eat, transform the supply of electricity, and then dictate how we use it, and replace currency with a system of credits under their control. It's a classic template. To win the war, take control of food, of energy, and of money. And here's the key. All three strategies are built on the premise of a climate crisis caused by carbon dioxide, a gas that is actually vital for life on the planet. So what if the whole carbon narrative was one gargantuan lie? A political maneuver to establish their brave new world.
A big lie is a lie which is told on such a scale that ordinary people simply would not imagine it to be possible.
People with empathy can't fathom that a group of people would organize and engineer this kind of mass atrocity to get where they want to go.
It should come as no surprise that financial kingpins are calling the shots. And it's certainly no conspiracy theory when banking executives spell out their intentions.
We are on the brink of a dramatic change where we are about to, and I'll say this boldly, we're about to abandon the traditional system of money and accounting and introduce a new one. And the new accounting is what we call blockchain. It means digital. It means having a almost perfect record of every single transaction that happens in the economy, which will give us far greater clarity over what's going on. It also raises huge dangers in terms of the balance of power between states and citizens.
We are shifting to a new financial system, but the general population is not shifting to a new financial system. It's shifting to a control grid.
CBDC can allow government agencies and private sector players to program, to create smart contracts, to allow targeted policy functions. For example, welfare payment. For example, consumption coupon. For example, food stamp. By programming CBDC, those money can be precisely targeted for what kind of people can own and what kind of use this money can be utilized.
A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations, and also we will have the technology to enforce that.
They're saying we can control with rules. We don't need currency anymore. And so it's no longer a financial system or a currency system. It's purely a digital concentration camp. It's a slavery system.
When Catherine Austin Fitts talks, we should listen. She's a former high-level investment banker in New York and held senior office in the first Bush administration in Washington.
There may be 1,000 models of how it could work. But essentially, you will have, whether it's a banking account or a credit card, and it can be turned off and on. So my incentive system is not you go to work and work hard and you get money. My incentive system can be based on how you behaved in the last 5 minutes, on a 24/7 basis.
CBDCs, as the name suggests, would be issued by central banks like the Federal Reserve in America and the Bank of England, not by high street banks. They would signal the end of cash, and every transaction you make would be transparent and held on a permanent database. Crucially, under a net zero regime, your carbon footprint could be at the heart of the system.
We're developing, through technology, an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker.
This can be the infrastructure for a carbon credit system. It's totalitarian control, and if people don't become aware of it now, it's going to be too late to backtrack from this. It's a ratchet system where it's very difficult, if not impossible, to backtrack.
But why is now the time for change?
Because the system is in crisis. It entered crisis in 2019. Mark Carney, he talked quite openly about how the international monetary and financial system had entered profound crisis and was effectively on its last legs.
If you study the history of how the central bankers designed technocracy, essentially when they created the Fed, they said, look, this can't last.
Now the leader of Canada, Mark Carney.
Forever. We're going to need, at some point, somebody's going to get hip to this game. We're going to need another system. And I will say this, because I used to be part of that group. I was born and bred to be a central banker. They plan ahead hundreds of years in advance.
Predictably, the money brokers seem to hold all the cards. As a subtext, does the ruling class need to protect itself as artificial intelligence threatens mass unemployment? And what will happen to our existing assets if the banking system is collapsed and money disappears overnight? In an unknown future, one thing is certain. Digital IDs are essential to the project. If they become compulsory, data on every detail of our lives will be monitored, stored, and monetized. Nothing, but nothing would be private.
For younger people, often it's the case that they like technology. They're completely au fait with it. They enjoy it. So they
don't stop.
don't see the dangers that technology can bring because, like a drug dealer does, you feed people, low levels of drug where it's all fun. And then later, when you have them addicted, you feed the hard stuff and that destroys their life. So in a similar way, all of this technology is currently pretty much nice. But when the central bank digital currency comes in and the control comes in and the censorship systems, then the younger people will realize all too late in many cases that they've walked themselves into a trap.
One man who knows the dangers only too well is Aman Jabi, who was at the forefront of digital development in Silicon Valley, California, for 25 years. He left when he recognized the dark side of surveillance technology, choosing instead the peace and beauty of Montana. He's an expert in facial recognition.
It's a technique that is used to uniquely identify the biometrics of any face. So in a device like your smartphone, and most modern smartphones in the last 5 or 7 years, they have a 3D camera module in the front of the phone, which you cannot see. Within that module is a near-infrared projector, which projects tens of thousands of dots on your face. Those dots are then distorted based on the contours and the features of your face. And there's a near-infrared camera then takes a picture of that distortion, captures it, and then reverse engineers the exact profile of your face. In the longer term, facial recognition will be used to unlock your digital identity, which is going to be a tool of control for the agendas that are coming down the pipeline.
Elements of that control are already with us.
Alexa, good morning. Good morning.
You are never alone in your home, and this is why. All your devices at home and all smart appliances, they are all connected on a wireless network. Many of these devices will have cameras, many will have microphones, and so they are monitoring everything all the time. Your smart appliances are communicating with the smart meter and sending it real-time usage data. If there's a Ring camera also in your home, a mesh network is formed and all your devices are being tracked within the home, its location, its usage, and all the data is going to Amazon servers. When you leave your home, all modern vehicles are connected to the internet, so your automobile is being tracked all the time. When you're going under a string of smart LED poles and smart LED lights on the highway and in the streets of your towns and cities, those form a wireless network and are tracking your vehicle. They are tracking all the devices on you, from smartphones to smartwatches when you're walking on the streets. So data is being collected 24/7 continuously on every human being whenever you are within these wireless networks. And it's obviously not good for health also because of all the electromagnetic radiation. In the long term, the plan is to pretty much lock up humanity in smart cities, which is kind of a superset of a 15-minute city. They've sold all the state and local governments and countries that smart cities are about sustainability and the good of the city. But in reality, the language from the UN and WEF and their white papers is all inverted. So air monitoring is really about limiting mobility and no car ownership, right? Surveillance, control via LED grid is why the smart lighting is there. Water management is about water rationing. Noise pollution is about speech surveillance. Traffic monitoring is about limiting mobility. And then, of course, energy conservation is all about rationing heat, electricity, and gasoline. Another concept one should be familiar with is called geofencing. And that's, think of it as an invisible fence around you where you cannot go beyond a certain point. And that will be related to your face recognition, digital identity, and access control. Your smart contracts, SoftBrick can turn off your digital currency beyond a certain point from your house. Our world has been turned into a digital panopticon. That means you can be monitored, analyzed, managed, and monetized.
Surveillance capitalists are already making billions of dollars selling our information to big corporations, because this kind of detailed knowledge enables them to predict and influence our behavior. Worse, our children are being exploited.
There are a lot of board games and other games that are already in the market and have been for over 2 years that have cameras inside and underneath these LED screens that are observing and scoring and emotionally calibrating the faces of all the children. So are all the iPads that they use in schools. They're all manipulating children's behavior by what they display on the screens. And child data is big business. There's a concept called social impact investing, which people should read up on. If your kids are in schools, they are already being traded on Wall Street in real time. They can bet on groups of kids, whether they're going to be successful or not, whether they're going to become computer scientists or environmental engineers. So children have become essentially a commodity and have been for years with this system. And once it's fully in place, it is going to be used to fully control the behavior of children as well as how they behave with respect to, diversity, equity, inclusivity, etc.
The Chinese have already gone one step further.
Classrooms have robots that analyze students' health and engagement levels. Students wear uniforms with chips that track their locations. There are even surveillance cameras that monitor how often students check their phones or yawn during classes. These sensors pick up electrical signals sent by neurons in the brain. The neural data is then sent in real time to the teacher's computer.
We've been drawn into this digital spy network in the name of convenience, connectivity, safety, and especially entertainment. The 3D world of cyberspace creates virtual lives that are often more exciting than reality.
Why is this technology being developed? It's all for the culmination of this digital prison from which there will be no escape after all the switches are turned on.
The critical switch would be the introduction of those digital IDs and central bank financial control, a world of zero trust.
Zero trust is based on a simple principle. Never trust, always verify.
Zero trust is a protocol that is implemented by cybersecurity companies. And what it really means is we don't trust you and you have to prove who you are all the time, 24/7. So think of it as going from a world of implicit allow to default deny. In tomorrow's world, once zero trust is implemented in, say, retail, everything will be behind plexiglass doors with a 3D camera, and it'll only be unlocked through your digital identity and facial recognition if you have the available carbon credits in your digital currency.
If you've reached the limit of your allowance, it could be access denied. This would apply to fuel, to travel, to meat and dairy products, to clothes and other consumer goods. Because everything in life could be valued by its carbon footprint. Even access to the internet could be denied.
So the new world of zero trust is really a world of locks. It's like an inverted prison. You are supposedly free to roam about, but everything you want to access is behind lock and key.
Most advances in science, including AI, bring great advantages to the world. They can enhance and improve human endeavor in almost every walk of life. But you don't have to be a scientist to see the flip side.
They're constantly monitored by facial recognition cameras that are able to instantly put a face to a name. Now, the Chinese are also ranked, given a mark out of a possible 950 points. For now, the number is a sort of bank credit rating, keeping track of everyone's spending habits.
It may seem scary, but it's just like that here. We're used to it, and anyway, we don't have a choice.
If you think this couldn't happen in the West, ask yourself why so many cameras, smart poles, and 5G networks are being installed in your neighborhood. In London, the police are using facial recognition surveillance. Sainsbury's is already experimenting with AI.
Thank you for waiting. The cabinet will now be opened.
In UK railway stations, surveillance is being tested to collect travellers' data. And in Oxford, these barriers were installed by the council under its so-called 15-minute city plan. They were removed following protests. But look at what's replacing them in these quiet residential streets. As the tech companies are proud to tell us, the possibilities are endless.
We've developed the camera into a sensor. The camera does not only capture video, it can now start to count, measure, and detect. With deep learning capability, the camera is able to generate accurate and trustworthy data and send notifications in order to take action, all directly from the camera. And since our cameras have open technology, well, we can work with different analytic partners from all over the world and together do just about anything we want.
Note that they can do just about anything they want.
Digital technologies mainly have an analytical power. Now we go into a predictive power. But since the next step could be to go into a prescriptive mode, which means you do not even have to have elections anymore because we know what the result will be.
Ultimately, we're facing manipulation by the system, a world where instead of us using technology, technology is using us. But who's really pulling the strings? Banking and oil dynasties like Rothschild and Rockefeller inevitably get mentioned, as do the modern-day big tech masters, including the ubiquitous Bill Gates. David Hughes takes a wider view.
It's those who own the means of production, who are capable of magicking money out of thin air, who control the media, and all of the other means of production, which have now been weaponized against the rest of the global population.
Catherine Austin Fitts, the banking insider, adds a sinister thought.
If you know their name, they're not at the top.
Either way, it's a story of power, money, and manipulation by a small group of people who share common interests, and a belief that the world needs top-down control for maximum efficiency. As we'll see, it could result in the destruction of the farming industry in favor of laboratory foods, and a shortage of electricity because of the race to net zero.
Net zero means the impoverishment of ordinary people. It means fundamental changes to their lifestyles, and the politicians are not being honest with the people about it.
Surprisingly, the blueprint for transformation is woven into the United Nations Agenda 2030, ostensibly a vision for a better world.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I say again that taken together, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Climate Agreement provide humanity with a master plan for a sustainable way of life on this planet.
New York City, late September 2024, the setting for the United Nations Summit of the Future, a gathering of member nations to reinforce and accelerate Agenda 2030 and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. The plan has a broad spectrum and is full of worthy ambition. But behind those deliberately bright and colourful boxes lies a darker theme, a shifting of influence and potentially power towards unelected world bodies. The strategy goes back well into the last century, and pressure is growing because the goals are far behind targets set at the grand relaunching in 2015.
17 inspiring Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Our aim is clear, our mission is possible, and our destination is in our sight.
To end poverty and hunger, address inequality, protect our planet, and build a life of dignity for all.
It appears to be a noble and ambitious program for a perfect world. And who could argue with those aspirations? But critics insist the goals are not what they seem. Alex Newman is a journalist and broadcaster who's been investigating the issue for 15 years. He has his own way of interpreting the rhetoric.
You have to learn to speak what I call UNEs. You have to know what the terms mean if you want to truly understand what is being discussed. When they talk about peacekeeping forces or the peacekeeping role of the United Nations, they're actually talking about the war-making capabilities of the United Nations. So you have this Orwellian doublespeak. When they talk about transparency, more often than not, they're talking about eliminating your privacy. Human rights is another very, very good example. They make very clear in this document that your rights can be restricted under the guise of public order or morality or whatever the case may be. And so they're saying, here's your rights, but by the way, they're not really rights. We can revoke them at any time. The UN is filled with contradictions like this. Like, for example, when they talk about gender equality, right? A normal person in the Western world thinks gender equality means a woman has a right to earn money, to own property, to have all the rights and privileges that a man would have. When you look at the individuals who lead this movement within the UN, you're talking about radical feminists. You're talking about people who are very interested in dissolving the nuclear family. As you dig into these goals, it's very clear we're dealing with something far more nefarious. Once you look past the marketing slogans, the kind of warm and fuzzy, we're going to end hunger, which again is just window dressing, you realize that this is actually a blank check for totalitarian global control.
Author and campaigner, the late Rosa Koire, called out the plan more than a decade ago.
It is the biggest public relations scam in the history of the world. But it's far more than that. It's a blueprint. It is the action plan to inventory and control all land, all water, all minerals, all plants, all animals, all construction, all information, all energy, all means of production, and all human beings in the world.
What can be measured can be managed and ultimately monetized. In fact, a study at Yale University has calculated that the natural assets of the world are worth $5 quadrillion. Is this the basis of the new world monetary system? And is it the deep underlying reason for the United Nations project to rewild 50% of the Earth by 2050?
They talk a lot about biodiversity. They want you to think like, oh, we're going to preserve the toucans and the parrots and the whatever lizards. But when you actually dig into this, what they're talking about is creating, and they're working on it now, an international database with virtually all of the genetic material of all of the species on the planet. And then they want to start mixing and matching it. Bill Gates, ultimately, and his buddies want to end up in total control over all life on the planet.
Is it a coincidence, then, that Bill Gates has become the largest private landowner in America while planning to build smart cities in which to corral the general population? What is indisputable is that the oligarchs of global business are embedded in United Nations policy.
They don't care about the planet. They care about getting in. Finance goes where it gets the greatest return. There's a move into the green finance. It's all about profit. It's not about the planet.
This is not conjecture. Under the guise of climate change and net zero, vast fortunes are already being amassed. Take carbon exchange markets. Companies emitting excess carbon dioxide can buy credits from businesses that are carbon negative. But increasingly, many are paying a high price to offset their emissions against land schemes. grasslands, forests, conservation projects, and so on. Some legitimate, others not so. Either way, the brokers and middlemen get rich, while having no impact on actual carbon emissions. We've also seen the emergence of natural asset companies, whose name says it all.
They identify the asset and then issue shares in that asset out of thin air, essentially. And they can sell it to financial institutions, asset managers, sovereign wealth funds. And then they go public and have an IPO, and that funding is, they say, meant to preserve the natural asset. But elsewhere, they say that their main purpose, like so much else, is to generate profit for shareholders. It has nothing to do with preserving the environment. That is literally just the talking point they think will stick and sell. We're all in it together. We got to save the planet. So let's allow the bankers to create a new racket that makes the natural world collateral.
So if everything in nature is to be traded on financial markets, setting a value on the land we walk on and the air we breathe, why do we, the public, have no say?
There's no route that an ordinary person can take to make a representation to United Nations. So it's fundamentally undemocratic. What it has done is build relationships with billionaires.
Right from the start, the rich and powerful have enjoyed undue influence in the UN's inner sanctum. In fact, the Rockefeller family part-financed its headquarters in Manhattan.
Hand you, Mr. Lee, my father's check.
Thank you, Mr. Rockefeller.
Between them, the Rockefeller family has funded hundreds of organizations and, as a consequence, spread their authority on civil society, institutions, banking, education, and global politics. The Rockefellers always believed in world governance. In the 1950s, their Special Studies Project report declared,
"The UN stands finally as a symbol of the world order that will one day be built."
In 1973, David Rockefeller co-founded a non-governmental organization which still carries international power today, the Trilateral Commission. Its stated objectives revived technocracy and in turn planted the seeds of the UN's Sustainable Development Agenda.
They said at the time that they were going to create a new international economic order. It was all over the literature. The goal of the new international economic order was not to get richer in the sense of money. They knew even back then that eventually the fiat currency system of the world was going to disintegrate. So the goal became to actually capture the physical resources of the world. All wealth historically has come out of the ground. They wanted to take away everything that they could possibly take away from the nation states of the world and from private individuals of the world and stuff it into the global common trust where they would administrate it and they would be the ones getting licenses for the resources to turn around and make stuff.
The financial kingpins have long seen themselves as masters of the universe, manipulating global affairs through institutions like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Is Agenda 2030 the defining act for complete control? And how significant was the global response to COVID-19?
As the world builds back from COVID-19, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make investments that will strengthen the economy and improve public health and fight climate change for generations to come.
One might ask why the UN needs a multi-billionaire finance and media player as a special envoy, or why Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, who called for a new global monetary system, is the UN's special envoy for climate action and finance. And then there's Larry Fink, the boss of BlackRock, the world's largest asset management company. He's a board member of the World Economic Forum, and as we'll see, has driven the UN's goals through investment strategies for the past 20 years. All three are principles of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, a partnership with the UN. With the green economy worth trillions to corporations and investors alike, it's hard not to see a conflict of interests. Are the bankers raising money to achieve United Nations goals? Or are the goals a Trojan horse to change the world's financial control systems? Now consider the events at Jackson Hole, Wyoming in August 2019, only 3 months before the COVID outbreak. It's when Mark Carney delivered his call for change, and BlackRock proposed a new financial mechanism, Going Direct, which in principle allows central banks to channel capital direct to large corporations.
So the central bankers got together in 2019, the G7 central bankers, and voted on the Going Direct Reset. And the Going Direct Reset, of which the COVID operation was part of it, has done a phenomenally excellent job of massively consolidating capital into central control. If you look at the COVID operation from a financial standpoint, it was absolutely clear that it was one way you balance the books. It worked.
The major corporations like Amazon and others were allowed to continue business. Meanwhile, other businesses, particularly small and medium-sized entities, were deemed to be, quote, inessential. Many of them were put out of business. And so what we saw was a global wealth transfer of a reported $3.3 trillion from the working classes and the middle classes to this kind of super rich billionaire brigade.
The people who ran the operation made an absolute fortune. It was economically, as a taking, it was a huge taking.
And that included billions of pounds of taxpayers' money going to pharmaceutical firms for so-called vaccines. Whatever the truth around COVID, Dr. Hughes says the response deployed dangerous elements of social control, what he calls weaponized deception.
We see techniques of shock and awe being applied through the lockdowns, techniques of isolation, making reality seem strange and threatening. All of this helps to de-pattern the mind. These are all well-known military tactics.
Look them in the eyes and tell them you're doing all you can to stop the spread of COVID-19. Stay home, protect the NHS, save lives.
These are, in fact, very nasty and very vicious techniques which were deployed against the public of multiple countries at once. These are forms of serious psychological abuse. I think once the public starts to understand that, there's going to be a very severe pushback against everything that's happened.
The general population cannot fathom the psychopathy of the vision that they're facing. So they can't fathom that a group of people would organize and engineer this kind of mass atrocity to get where they want to go.
Be aware then of the World Health Organization, the UN's most powerful agency. Since COVID, the WHO has sought to increase that power to unprecedented levels through amendments to its pandemic treaty and the international health regulations. A key driver is its One Health initiative.
One Health is a concept that was created to enable the WHO, with these documents, to take over jurisdiction of everything in the world by saying that climate change, animals, plants, water systems, ecosystems are all central to health.
That places the Director General in a key position to influence world events, another potential conflict of interests given the WHO's financial backing, particularly from the pharmaceutical sector. Its accounts for 2022 show that an eye-watering 84%, or $3.656 billion of income, came from voluntary donations. The top 4 sources of these donations included the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and Gavi, a public-private vaccine alliance also heavily supported by Gates.
People see the WHO as a benign organization, and there are still areas where the WHO does useful stuff. But the biggest focus now is purely on a tiny disease burden where investors can extract a large amount of wealth. This has shifted the WHO's focus very much to this emergency agenda, which is very false. Pandemics are very rare events.
This is why we now have a WHO that promotes vaccines all the time, because that's what the money is coming in to support. So instead of being a World Health Organization, we have a World Vaccine Organization, and that seems to be the only thing they're touting.
What's in the treaty has got nothing to do with health. It's a business deal focused on the most profitable business imaginable, pandemic profiteering.
The other part of it, they're setting up a huge surveillance network. We're talking about $31 billion a year. They have to surveil for variants of viruses, and they will find them. They just have to decide there's a threat, not even a real harm.
Experts are preparing for what is known as Disease X, or the next pandemic virus.
They're creating a supranational, self-perpetuating pandemic industry.
The latest scare is monkeypox, renamed Mpox, a disease highly unlikely to affect the general population. Nevertheless, the WHO has acted.
The emergency committee met and advised me that, in its view, the situation constitutes a public health emergency of international concern.
If you get to declare the emergency and then profit from it, there's a big problem, isn't there?
It's essentially a build-out of big pharma, and the WHO is essentially looking to be their marketing and distribution arm worldwide.
We're fighting for really the right to own our own lives. We're fighting for that freedom versus sort of corporate authoritarian structure or medical fascist structure, which is what is clearly interests are trying to impose on us.
Changes to the WHO's regulations are expected to be voted through in the coming months. As we speak, the UK government is fully behind them. Meanwhile, in common with many other global institutions, the WHO tries to silence criticism and dissent, branding it misinformation. The science, it says, is settled.
Digital platforms are being misused to subvert science and spread disinformation and hate to billions of people. This clear and present global threat demands clear and coordinated global action.
I have a little rule of thumb for diagnosing a centralization scam. If we can detect 1, a propagandized global crisis, 2, admitting only global solutions, and 3, with dissenting voices viciously silenced, then we know with absolute certainty that we are dealing with a scam.
Control, dictate, eliminate debate, the hallmarks of a totalitarian regime. And nowhere is the cold ambition of corporate dominance more evident than with the World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab founded the WEF in 1971. His mentor was Henry Kissinger, statesman, political shaper, and close confidant of the Rockefellers. The organization now employs 800 people and has programs in business, academia, and in training future global leaders. It's far more than its famous annual meeting in Davos.
Over the last 50 years, the World Economic Forum has blossomed into an enormously influential organization with all of the major corporations as stakeholders or trustees and all funding the World Economic Forum to ultimately fund the UN World Government Plans and Agenda 2030.
Klaus Schwab is the public face of stakeholder capitalism, a planned system of central ownership and control that has little to do with democratic process and is uncomfortably close to communism. It's a partnership between global corporations, governments, and what Schwab refers to as civil society, NGOs, and so-called think tanks. The agenda is driven by finance, which gives the unelected and unaccountable oligarchs huge influence, if not control, over policy. The UK's Prime Minister, himself a one-time member of the Trilateral Commission, has already declared his interest.
You have to choose now between Davos or Westminster.
Davos.
Why?
Because Westminster is too constrained. And, you know, it's closed and we're not having meaning. Once you get out of Westminster, whether it's Davos or anywhere else, you actually engage with people that you can see working with in the future. Westminster is just a tribal shouting place.
Starmer seems to forget that he is elected by the people, to serve the people through Parliament. That's his democratic duty. And while he refuses to listen to our farmers, he entertains the globalists in Downing Street and publicly doubles down on his philosophy.
I'm determined to deliver growth, create wealth, and put more money in people's pockets. This can only be achieved by working in partnership with leading businesses like BlackRock to capitalize on the UK's position as a world-leading hub for investment.
To underline the influence of non-elected, unaccountable policy drivers, consider this document from 2004. It was commissioned by the UN and produced by financial institutions, including the World Bank. It cited research by the WEF. The result was the emergence of environmental, social, and governance metrics, ESGs.
The ESG is an attempt to turn financial power into governance without going through the democratic process, without the normal process of making law.
ESGs allow major asset management companies such as BlackRock to impose ideologies on businesses and consumers across the world through their investment strategies. BlackRock's billionaire chairman and CEO, Larry Fink, also a board member of the WEF, remember, is clear.
You have to force behaviors. If you don't force behaviors, whether it's gender or race or just any way you want to say the composition of your team, you're going to be impacted.
Now we get ethics, green ethics, racial ethics, gender ethics, driving corporate decisions about who may have money, what they may use their money for, and how they're going to behave in society and what they're going to do with it. This is a new form of political power that isn't accountable, isn't transparent, and it isn't democratic.
We, the public, are being manipulated. Our lifestyles, our culture, and our future, be it through forced woke ideologies, intrusive technologies, so-called pandemics, censorship, or information which is too often propaganda. Your compliance is vital to the agenda. To impose global solutions, the leadership needs you to believe in global problems.
Climate change is here, it is terrifying, and it is just the beginning. The era of global warming has ended, the era of global boiling has arrived.
This stuff is so fantastically stupid. It's hard to believe that they're doing it. There is no climate emergency. That is a total scam. If they came out and said, hey, we want to destroy your economy, we want to destroy the middle class of your country, and then ultimately we want to make you a slave to a one world government, it just wouldn't be as appealing as saying we're trying to save the planet for future generations.
(2024) with the hottest day on record and the hottest months on record. This is almost certain to be the hottest year on record. And the masterclass in climate destruction.
Statements such as that are amplified by emotional footage from all over the world. But is any of it true?
I do not think there's a climate crisis, and I base that on all the evidence and the climate data sets that we build to answer questions just like that. We actually use satellites to monitor the global temperature, the true global temperature of the atmosphere. And we find there is a rise. It's about 1.5 degrees per century, which is certainly something that's manageable and the Earth has seen before. Compared to the 19th century, which was about the coolest century in the past 10,000 years, we're warmer. but we're about the same as we were 1,000 years ago, and certainly cooler than we were about 5,000 to 8,000 years ago.
John Christie is a highly regarded climate scientist who developed the measurement of accurate temperature records using satellites. His evidence is critically inconvenient to the climate change industry.
I'm not popular in most of the climate community, that's for sure, because much of the climate community depends on climate model results. Tens and hundreds of millions of dollars have gone into that industry of climate modeling, and I show, well, you folks have failed. But yet they prop up the entire political world that tends to support this. In 2017, I came to work and there were 7 bullet holes in our office suite. And so some people are pretty upset that the evidence that we build and show that can stand the test of time and can stand up to cross-examination is just not going along with their issues and their desires.
So let's consider these statistics on the Earth's atmosphere. 78% is nitrogen, 21% oxygen, other gases make up less than 1%, and carbon dioxide accounts for a mere 0.04%, the majority of which is natural. Can man-made CO2 really be a problem?
Roy Spencer and I are going on the assumption that all the warming that you see is due to carbon dioxide emissions. And so we find that that's a pretty modest warming. But see, that's a big assumption. Mother Nature is able to warm up the planet without CO2. And so we are just saying the worst case scenario is this warming of about 1.5 degrees. And that's certainly not a catastrophe at all.
On the contrary, carbon dioxide is vital for the world's survival. The greater the concentration, the better plants grow. In fact, according to NASA figures, the world has become 14% greener in the last 40 years.
During the last cool period before industrialization, let's say 200 years ago or so, it was below 300 parts per million. And during the ice ages, it was even lower. And that's a dangerous level because plants struggle to survive when the CO2 is at a low level. And so the biosphere becomes less diverse and less available to support the animal life. So low CO2 is not good for the planet as a whole.
Where is the logic then behind the UK's decision to spend £22 billion on facilities to capture carbon? The greatest controversy of all revolves around readings from ice cores. CO2 levels can be measured in bubbles of air trapped in ice thousands of years ago. By aligning this to temperatures, scientists have argued that carbon dioxide is the cause of global warming. However, closer inspection leads to the opposite conclusion.
Once the temperature starts to rise, you will see the carbon dioxide rise about 500 to 1,000 years after. So the CO2 actually lags the temperature changes.
But what of the extreme weather events, which are increasing and driven by climate change, according to everyone from the top of the United Nations down? Professor Christie says there is no data to support those claims.
What we find is that virtually every one of these claims is false. The extremes are not increasing. Hurricanes are not increasing in intensity or frequency. Same with tornadoes or thunderstorms or floods or droughts. It's just going along like it always has with the natural variability.
Why aren't we looking at the surface data sets that are constantly adjusted upwards? Why aren't we looking at the 40.3 record at Conisbee, which the Met Office is very proud of, on July the 19th in 2022? And when we did a freedom of information request at the Daily Skeptic, we found that there were 3 Typhoon jets landing on a runway next to the measuring device, because Conisbee, as they call it, is actually RAF Conisbee. It's a military airport. The temperature lasted for 60 seconds. Sticking a thermometer up the backside of a jet aircraft is not probably scientifically the best place that you can sort of determine temperature measurement, particularly when you then morph it into a global database, which the Met Office has, and then tell dear old Antonio Gutierrez that the globe is boiling. The whole thing is junk.
How we came to the point where we think that we're going to prevent bad weather from happening by eliminating fossil fuels is just about the most nonsensical, illogical thing that I can imagine. And the whole world is caught up in this nonsense.
So how did the carbon story take hold? Meet the man who invented climate change, according to The Telegraph. His name? Maurice Strong, an oil tycoon, a Rockefeller associate, and a man with an extraordinary talent for moving between high finance, politics, and the United Nations. Strong was a member of the highly influential Club of Rome, an institution formed in 1968 at a Rockefeller property on Lake Como in Italy. A group of scientists, academics, and industrialists discussed what they saw as an urgent crisis: the impact of human activity on the planet.
I don't think we can sustain current growth trends much beyond, say, the lives of children who are being born today.
To prove the thesis, they commissioned computer modeling at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. This research laid the foundations for an agenda that's persisted for over 50 years.
Cut use of autos, use less electric power, have fewer children, limit growth.
All of this was fueling this ideology that there's too many people on the planet, there's not enough resources, and that something has to be done.
The natural world in which man lives and on which he depends is indeed deteriorating, is being destroyed in many instances at a rate that is accelerating and that can only continue to accelerate unless we begin to control the activities that are having this destructive impact.
In 1975, the Club of Rome published a second report, Mankind at the Turning Point. The lead quotation was telling.
The world has cancer, and the cancer is man.
The report concluded,
the solution of these crises can be developed only in a global context with full and explicit recognition of the emerging world system, a new world economic order, and a global resources allocation system.
In other words, technocracy, top-down control of everything, including populations. But if that was the solution, a worldwide problem was required. Climate change provided the answer, as admitted in a later Club of Rome document.
This is the quote from page 115. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers are caused by human intervention,
and it is only through changed attitudes and behavior that they can be overcome.
The real enemy, then, is humanity itself. It really does look as though they are inventing climate change there.
They just made it up out of thin air, literally. That nobody really looks at that book and say, well, there you go. It's not, this has nothing to do with science whatsoever. They just made it up.
Interestingly, in 1988, Maurice Strong had been instrumental in establishing the IPCC, the mainly political entity which endorsed a thesis by a small group of scientists that industrial carbon dioxide was driving climate change, and the IPCC has been locked into that theory ever since. Maurice Strong's masterstroke came in 1992, when as Secretary General of the UN's Earth Summit in Brazil, he saw 179 nations commit to a World Action Plan, Agenda 21.
We have been the most successful species ever. We are now a species out of control.
Nobody would question the need for a cleaner environment and the protection of nature, and Strong's legacy lives on through the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Accord, the current Agenda 2030, and the worldwide push for carbon net zero. But there are questions on his motives and his connections. He was behind the first financial carbon market and a founding director of the World Economic Forum. Surely a conflict of interests with his involvement in the IPCC. A skeptic might ask why nearly all research grants in almost 40 years have gone on developing IPCC carbon dioxide theories, while anyone who raises questions is ridiculed, cancelled, or has their career stalled.
Funding for someone who wants to determine the natural variability of the climate system as an explanation for what has happened is just not there. I mean, the government is very clear that they want a catastrophic story.
There is no single science paper that proves conclusively that humans control all or most of the global climate. If there was, you wouldn't hear the last of it. Instead, we get this call to authority to the IPCC, the United Nations Panel on Climate Change.
Many more scientists and academics are speaking out against the IPCC. Almost 2,000 have signed a declaration stating that there is no climate emergency, including Nobel Prize winner Professor John Clauser, who wrote,
"The popular narrative about climate change reflects a dangerous corruption of science that threatens the world's economy and the well-being of billions of people."
We need to have a full and honest debate about the science, and it needs to be discussed in Parliament, it needs to be discussed in the media, it needs to be generally discussed, and we need to sort of bring the drains up, if you like, on all of the science to see what is there really a threat.
that debate is highly unlikely because the juggernaut of net zero careers on with trillions at stake. What is certain is that the repercussions will affect the food we eat, ravage our countryside, and have a disastrous impact on our energy supply.
If you cannot set a credible course for net zero with 2025 and 2030 targets covering all your operations, you should not be in business.
But net zero is insanity. It's pure insanity. I mean, the idea that you can remove 85% of the world's energy, which comes from hydrocarbons, within less than 30 years and replace it with the sunbeams and the breezes, it shows a complete lack of economics, societal effect. It shows a simple lack of the progress that we've made over 300 years.
Nevertheless, net zero is enshrined in UK law, with the government passing the Climate Change Act in 2008. A 100% reduction in emissions by 2050 from 1990 levels was included later in a strategy document. But experts argue that the policy is fatally flawed.
Europe's mad dash towards net zero is effectively economic suicide. Politicians are purposely impoverishing ordinary people, purposely deindustrializing Europe, where companies are forced to move to countries where they have access to cheap energy, whether it's the US who frack and therefore have cheap gas, or whether it's to China, which is still predominantly producing from non-renewable, especially coal. It is literal economic suicide.
China continues to open new coal-fired power stations to drive the factories that manufacture wind turbines and solar panels, which are then sold to the West. As a result, China emits almost 30% of global greenhouse gases, while the UK is responsible for less than 1%. In essence, carbon emissions are merely transferred to another part of the planet. And while China gets richer, UK households face a bleak and expensive future.
What it will effectively do is price ordinary people out of having access to electricity at a time they want, at a price they can afford.
The core problem is that neither the infrastructure nor the technology exist to provide a constant supply of electricity.
The proportion of time that solar actually generates electricity is actually 9% in the UK. That means that for 90% of the time, solar doesn't generate the average amount of electricity that its capacity can generate. For onshore wind, it's about 20 to 40%, and for offshore wind, it's about 30 to 50%. So that means by definition, you will always have periods of time when renewables aren't producing electricity, but there is demand for electricity.
As we'll hear, the net result is that supply will be rationed. Reality, though, seems not to concern the activists.
I look at some of these hysterical youngsters and some of the hysterical oldsters as well, screaming about the climate is collapsing and all that sort of thing. And you think you haven't got a clue what would happen if you removed hydrocarbons. You haven't got a clue. You'd be back in service like probably your ancestors were. You'd be skivvying on the land in big houses with warlords, calling themselves aristocracy and all that sort of stuff. You want to go back to that? Fine. Get rid of hydrocarbons.
Many of these apparently grassroots protest groups are backed by organizations such as the Climate Emergency Fund, financed by billionaires like the oil heiress, Aileen Getty. And if they claim to be environmentalists, they conveniently ignore the bigger picture. Thousands of wind turbines are disrupting coastal waters, changing habitats, affecting marine life, and killing seabirds. Landscapes are being scarred by the production of lithium for electric car batteries, and by cobalt mines in Africa, where child labour contributes to huge corporate profits. How does the loss of thousands of square miles of farmland and vast solar parks meet the UN's biodiversity goal? And how helpful are wind turbines when they're blotting the landscape visually and through noise pollution, and disrupting wildlife in the air and on the ground?
Oh, shit.
The glorious mountain terrain of southwest Wales is a stark example. It's a landscape breathtaking in its beauty, untainted and largely untouched by humans. A haven for wildlife, a place where life runs its natural course. Yet this is what's planned. Mega turbines designed for offshore, reaching 700 feet into the air and dwarfing the hilltop forests. Planning permission is being sought for the so-called Bryn Cadwyn Energy Park.
If you put one in the valley floor, it would be standing some 40 meters above the valley floor, so above the horizon. But they're not putting them in the valley floor, they're putting them on the top of the hills. So it'll be standing some 600 odd meters above sea level up there, casting a shadow over our solar panels.
Justin Cotter lives right in the centre of the proposed development. He's fighting to preserve the countryside he loves. And across the mountain, Jason and Josie Barker are equally aggrieved.
It feels very much like it's exploitation, using the climate crisis narrative as its supporting evidence. So it feels like it's being abused in a tremendous way. And there's going to be a lot of destruction done in the name of doing good, which really just seems utterly backwards. And if we really want to protect nature, then some of the best way of doing that would be to leave it well alone, especially in the wilder places, and let it flourish. We certainly found that being here. The more we've lived here, the more we've worked with it and encouraged it, the more it's come back. All of those spruce trees on top there, they will have to go to make way for turbines. All of that. All of this spruce will be gone.
To build a 230-meter turbine in that location, it's going to take some crane to lift the 240-ton nacelle onto the top of the tower, some 180 meters up. So they'd have to stabilize all the ground for the crane, stabilize the ground for the actual turbine, put in a concrete plug basically in the ground of some 1,000 ton of steel, 4,000 ton of concrete, just as a base.
They'll need to be lit. It'll take away the dark skies.
It's totally devastating. It would just be catastrophic damage and destruction.
The roadways up through these valleys, the Welsh valleys, they're all twists and turns. They're going to have to straighten out the valleys. Where you've got steep hills, they're going to have to level out those hills. There's a 200-meter drop into the actual valley itself. So they're going to have to create gradients that machinery carrying 400-ton loads can actually traverse and get up.
The locals argue that there are much better ways of creating clean energy, such as solar panels on industrial sites. Areas of natural beauty should be respected.
This is about preserving and protecting this sacred land. We need to speak up and protect the environment.
It's just tremendous amount of damage in the name of saving the planet. It does make you ask the question of what is it we're actually saving if we're paving it over It doesn't make any sense at all in my head.
The proliferation of turbines and solar panels certainly seems at odds with protecting biodiversity, and experts argue that the economics simply don't add up.
If we are going to go on to full net zero, we not only have to change our electrical system, but we have to change the other 66% or more of the rest of our energy needs as well. So we need to triple the amount of renewables just to cover our present electricity generation. And then we need to triple again to cover all of the other usages like, transport, space heating, and industry. So it's almost a tenfold increase in the amount of renewable energy that we're producing.
Ralph Ellis has analysed 3 government reports and says all have grossly underestimated costs. 2 of the reports ignore the need for that crucial backup when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. At present, this is the only such site, Dinorwig in Wales. But going by the government's own figures, Ellis says the equivalent of 2,000 Dinorwigs would be required. The overall cost would run into trillions of pounds.
It's an energy fantasy because none of this has been thought through.
Battery plants are one alternative to back up the national grid, like this one already constructed in Australia. But again, they offer limited supply. We're facing a situation where, if fossil fuels are eliminated, it will be impossible to maintain a constant supply of electricity.
You can't instantly put on new supply, so what you have to do is control demand. And to be honest, they're quite open with this. If you look at the National Grid's latest paper on this, they talk about demand management. And the system is, electricity will only be available at a price you can afford when the wind is blowing and when the sun is shining. And when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining and the 1 or 2 hours of battery storage have been used up, the way they will reduce demand is by simply increasing the price of electricity so that demand falls to the available level of supply. Part of the control that the government has, or part of the means by which it can manage the demand, is through the use of smart meters. Effectively, smart meters allow them to do minute-by-minute pricing, which means that as the intermittent renewable production goes up and down, they can effectively change the price at which you can use electricity. So essentially, it's going back to pre-industrial age where the weather determines our lifestyles and our energy use.
A government-sponsored report from the UK Fires Organisation agrees that targets will not be met, and therefore electricity usage will have to be cut.
They say we'll have a quarter of the power by 2050, and they say there'll be no travel, there'll be no meat or no beef lamb, there will be restrictions on clothing, and we will live in mud huts. And it's not an exaggeration, they use the word earth. The United Nations use the word bamboo, impacted earth, soil detritus. This is what they're writing.
But what of the claim that renewable energy will be cheaper? Not so, says Derek Bertelsen.
We can also look at the accounts of these renewable energy companies. And what we see if we look at those is that the cost of production is considerably higher than the market price of electricity. And therefore, without these subsidies, these renewable companies will go bust.
Ironically, the anticipated reduction in supply comes at a time when demand is about to skyrocket, with the explosion of surveillance systems and artificial intelligence. BlackRock's Larry Fink predicts that by 2030, data centers will use 30 times more power than a single city.
Where's that power going to come from? Are we going to take it off the grid? What does it mean for elevated energy prices for everybody else? If it's that, I think it's going to represent some huge societal questions that we have not addressed. The negative side, forget about the use of it, but just the generation of it is massive power.
If the race to net zero will affect our energy, it could also have a devastating effect on our food, as global policies and the march of corporations accelerate. Farming has been at the heart of our lives for generations. But to the climate change advocates, suddenly it's a threat.
A lot of people have no clue that agriculture contributes about 33% of all the emissions of the world. You just can't continue to both warm the planet while also expecting to feed it. Doesn't work.
One thing John Kerry didn't mention was that farming and agriculture contributes 100% of the food that we need to eat. So that's a little kind of an important detail that he ought to have mentioned. And I think what we're dealing with here is actually a global war on agriculture. I believe they are demolishing our food infrastructure, partly to cause a crisis, right? And I guarantee you, mark my words, we're going to be in a food crisis, and they're going to say it's climate change.
I wouldn't say it's about saving the planet. No, I would say it's about land grab and about profiteering and corporatization of our food sector.
It's basically the pharmaceutical industry taking over the food supply. If I can switch everybody from real food to pharma food, then 100% of the agriculture industry can go through my publicly traded stocks, and I have complete control. So the idea is we get rid of farmers, we kill any naturally grown food, and we engineer food in manufacturing plants and laboratories. But I assure you that those guys are not eating this.
Bill Gates is one of the familiar corporate faces, and he's investing heavily in the food revolution under the guise of avoiding climate disaster.
Cows alone account for about 6% of global emissions. So we need to change cows.
And while he talks up the perceived problem, Gates is pouring money into the supposed solution: artificial meat and genetically modified crops. Crucially, anything that is invented or altered can be patented.
The core of his agenda is he wants to do in agriculture and pharmaceuticals, by the way, what he did in the computer world. True power, massive, incalculable wealth comes from owning intellectual property and then monopolizing it. They want to make it so that every single organism that is used for food is ultimately under their control, either through the 3D printing or through this genetic manipulation. So we're moving now very rapidly toward this totally centralized food system where a tiny handful of corporate interests in bed with totalitarian government will dominate the food supply, so that there is only a giant public-private partnership with total control of all food, all energy, and I believe water will be next.
While the global machinations continue, thousands of farmers fear for their livelihoods. And the new UK government's first budget has multiplied those fears. By reducing relief on inheritance tax, they're penalising those who would want to pass their farms to sons or daughters. The National Farmers Union described it as
a disastrous budget
for family farms that would
snatch away the next generation's ability to carry on producing British food and see farmers forced to sell land to pay the tax.
For Kelly Seaton, concern goes well beyond her family farm in Cheshire.
It makes me feel incredibly sad that the dairy and meat industry is so vilified. You will never find anything as nutritionally complete as milk and meat. The food that is going to replace milk, meat, and all of the other products that we produce in this country is going to be very nutritionally lacking. They will starve us from nutrients, and then the pharmaceutical companies will probably pick up the slack on that, all of which create a profiteering circle.
No Farmers, No Food was set up to campaign against untenable net zero and climate change policies. Farmers, says Kelly, are being dealt a deeply unfair hand.
When cows are blamed for climate change, it does make you question everything. And I think this is where a lot of farmers are waking up to the fact that there's a lot of lies being told to us. The problem with the current carbon system is that a lot of big corporations are offsetting their carbon. So most dairy producers now especially, but other farmers as well, are having to record their carbon footprint on systems that aren't fit for purpose. They are woo-woo figures pulled from the sky, quite frankly. And then the big corporations are using that data to offset their carbon so that they can look better. Again, at the same time as beating us with a stick and saying that we're the ones killing the planet with these girls.
The methane emitted by cows' digestive system is part of the argument against them, but Kelly says that's just hot air.
The grass that they eat would produce the same amount of methane whether they ate it or not. Okay, they do speed that up. But the other thing they give us is this, muck, which we put on the fields to fertilise the fields and reduces our reliance on buying in fertiliser.
200 miles to the south, Ed Rhodes farms 188 acres of Devon countryside. He's not part of the No Farmers, No Food movement, but agrees that the whole narrative on cows and climate change is wrong.
As farmers, we recycle carbon all the time. That's what we do. You could almost define farmers as carbon recyclers. We're an organic beef, sheep and vegetable farm. We run a fairly traditional system of rotational farming. We'll have a field which would be growing a brassica crop for 1 year, a non-brassica crop for another year, such as broad beans or sweet corn, and then we have a break for that field. So it goes into a predominantly grass and clover mix. That allows the soil to recover from the work that we've done with it while we've had the vegetables growing. It also allows things like the clover to put nitrogen back into the soil. So the livestock are absolutely essential for grazing that grassland. We also mow it so that the hay, the silage that we take from those fields are fed to the cattle in the winter. The bale I'm sitting on, the bedding that they're standing on, is all mown from very rushy areas on our farm. The animals then dung onto that. We compost that. That gets spread onto the land primarily where we're growing the vegetables to put the fertility in, and that's what then produces our crops. If you remove livestock from the system, you have no system.
Farmers like Ed Rhodes work with knowledge and passion, but still have to comply with a labyrinth of government rules and regulations, including carbon monitoring. And now land itself is under threat. Corporations such as British Airways are buying farms to plant trees for carbon offsets, while other areas are being declared sites of special scientific interest, restricting or even preventing use for crops and livestock. And then there's the United Nations SDGs.
Goal 15. Protect, restore and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems.
Consequently, rewilding programs are impacting farmland across the world. In the UK, for example, the government is planning to set apart 1,200 square miles for wildlife habitat by 2042. That's an area almost as large as Cornwall. And in America, dams are being removed and river courses reopened, disrupting water supplies for crops. Goal 13 states,
Take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts.
As a result, the Dutch government plans to close 3,000 farms to meet EU emissions targets, drawing widespread protests. And in Denmark, farmers face paying £80 for every cow they own in a world-first tax on meat.
Goal 7. Ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all.
One result: cultivated land is disappearing under vast solar parks. How does this square with the UN's biodiversity goals or even ending hunger? Maybe they're questions for Ed Miliband, the UK's Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. He's cleared the way for a huge solar park on prime farmland in East Anglia, an area big enough to site 1,745 football pitches.
It's a crime to take food productive land out for solar panels, which are unrecyclable, potentially not that productive going forward, and not feed the planet. It is absolutely catastrophic. We've gone from being 78% self-sufficient in 1984 to now less than 60% self-sufficient. I think it's about 54%, which I think is set to fall even further this year.
On top of all that, British farmers are being paid not to produce food under schemes like the Sustainable Farming Incentive. Kelly Seaton understands that many farmers accept the money to balance their books, but has this warning.
When you look at how many farms are selling up, how many arable farms are struggling, we're walking into food shortages. And I think we're going to end up eating more processed food, maybe lab-grown meat. And I think that's part of the plan.
The squeeze on farming is self-evident. Our supply of natural food is under very real threat, just as the WEF predicted. Worse than that, Catherine Austin Fitts says that with programmable currency, you wouldn't have a choice.
No one in their right mind would ever eat this stuff. But the reality is, once they have control of your transactions, they can dictate what food you can and cannot buy. If they want you to buy pizza made with insect-based flour, that's what you're going to get.
There's an energy crisis. Even though there is an abundance of energy, there's a food crisis. Even though there's plenty of food to feed the world, there's a water crisis. Even though 70% of the Earth's surface is covered with it, there's an air crisis where CO2 is declared the enemy of mankind, even though it's necessary for life to exist on Earth. There's a resource crisis, even though there are abundant resources to support everyone. What's with us here? You know, who created all these crises? They did it. Just as clear as the nose on my face. It's all been a sham. All the essential things of life, they've been declared to be scarce, because things that are scarce you can control.
The architects of such globalist trajectories, all the Kissingers, Rockefellers, Schwabs, Carneys, Strongs, Carstens, are held out as great intellects, but they are nothing of the sort. We know both in theory and in practice that centralization causes nothing but misery because it destroys the mechanisms of error correction, leading to doubling down on flawed policies.
And yet the creed of global dominance continues apace. Through the WHO's so-called Pandemic Agreement, its One Health initiative, and ultimately the United Nations Agenda 2030. From medical diktats to gender and racial politics to climate change, the indoctrination runs deep. Local councils have been sucked in by the tentacles of global power, encouraging them to spend vast amounts of time and taxpayers' money on climate schemes, without challenging the rationale.
Local councils have taken these actions because they are part of or lobbied by a network of green organisations throughout the United Kingdom. For example, UK 100, there's also C40 Cities, and there's the Global Covenant of Mayors. And these organisations require local authorities to sign pledges that say they're going to ban cars from streets, we're going to make people vegetarian, and we're going to restrict certain forms of trade faster than is required by national government. They've been able to do this because democratic engagement at the local level is so weak. The voters' decisions are completely outweighed by the influence of the green blob, essentially.
One organisation, Climate Emergency UK, has introduced scorecards, a league table to compare the progress of councils. It brings both pressure and opportunity.
Environmentalism creates the idea that a local councillor is a planet saver. And of course, there are organisations that, like the UK 100, that are going to flatter people in that position. They're going to indulge those people and say how important they are, whereas most of the rest of the public are going to probably see them and say, what the hell are you doing?
Ben Pyle emphasises that such organisations are not grassroots initiatives.
Civil society has been bought and it's been organised around the interests of its billionaire philanthropists.
Newspapers and television also consistently push the same story.
We've been hearing about the threat of climate change for decades, but now we can't ignore it.
Here, the climate crisis is very real, and it is getting worse.
What mainstream media does in following this narrative is that they exclude vast areas of climate science. They exclude all the skeptical scientists. By the BBC, which has done it for 20 years, saying that you cannot have any other view apart from the settled narrative, is doing an enormous disservice to science.
Journalists and broadcasters are schooled in the carbon doctrine by organisations such as the Carbon Literacy Project, which claims to have trained 1,000 BBC employees. Meanwhile, Sky joined forces with the psychologists of the Behavioural Insights team to produce this initiative: How the Power of Television Can Nudge Viewers to Decarbonise Their Lifestyles. The recommendations included:
Give green content more screen time, more salience in plots and scenes. Use kids' content to encourage positive environmental behaviours amongst children and their parents.
How then can we possibly expect impartiality in reporting? Rather, we're served with propaganda, statements that nobody seems willing or able to question.
It is unequivocal that human activities are responsible for climate change.
I can take current media, and almost any climate story I can write, I think, a very effective counter. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. This is endemic to a media that is ill-informed and has an agenda. The agenda is to promote alarm and induce governments to decarbonize. There's an organization called Covering Climate Now, which is a nonprofit membership organization. Their mission is to promote the narrative. They will not allow anything to be broadcast or written that is counter to the narrative.
Among the 500 plus media partners on the Covering Climate Now website are Reuters, Bloomberg, ABC, CBS, MSNBC, NBC, Channel 4 News, The Guardian, The Daily Mirror and The Lancet, as well as several British universities. Funders of Covering Climate Now have included the Rockefeller Family Fund, the Rockefeller Family and Associates, and the One Earth Fund.
It's true that the mainstream media only report one side of the story and that most of them are in the pocket of the powerful people who are trying to implement these changes. I don't question that at all. But it's also true that people are listening to them less and less and reading them less and less. We see independent media people with much larger audiences than mainstream papers. And I think that phenomenon will gather pace now.
That rise in independent voices has seen institutions like the UN, the WEF, big tech companies and broadcasters like the BBC wage war on what they call mis, dis and malinformation. They don't appreciate views they can't control.
The fight for truth is on.
A partisan media, obsessed local councils, and then there are the universities, which should be the first and last bastions of objective research and open debate. But here too is a story of outside pressure.
With the drop in government funding, the shortfall has been made up from other sources, and those tend to be NGOs, private organisations. For example, the Gates Foundation and the Wellcome Trust. Invariably, money from private organisations will come with vested interests.
These vested interests, according to Professor Moss, drive university teaching towards business goals and ideologies at the expense of critical thinking and levels of academic achievement. One new initiative is the European Network on Climate and Health Education, led by Glasgow University. Medical students have been trained to accept that climate science is an established fact.
Increasingly, climate change is harming people's health. You could say it's the largest health emergency of our time, and I do need to be ready to help tackle this challenge.
Can the outcomes really be free of prejudice when the backers include the WHO and major pharmaceutical companies?
This new collaboration will help train the next generation of medics with the skills they need to treat the health impacts of climate change and deliver more sustainable healthcare.
That's why health leaders
from across the public and private sectors are coming together to support this transformative new network.
Academics, right from the beginning now, are socialized to orientate their research towards the money. So this, I think, is quite damaging when it comes to fearlessly pursuing the truth wherever it may lead. That doesn't really happen anymore in academia. It's more about pursuing the money wherever that might lead.
It makes me feel distraught. It makes me feel that the whole purpose of university learning has been subverted.
The influence and ambition of big business, the mission creep of so-called woke thinking, the cancel culture, the suppression and smearing of those who dare to question. Shockingly, the conditioning starts in the youngest of minds.
All aboard for global goals!
This year, Thomas and his friends have teamed up with the United Nations.
The world of young children is supposed to be one of innocence and joy, but it's been permeated by the global ideologies of the United Nations.
If you go to goal number 4, it deals exclusively with education. And when you think education, recognize they're talking about indoctrination.
The Sustainable Development Goals.
Under the surface of it all is this effort to bring all the children of the world into this one world globalist system. And what's so remarkable about this to me is that it's not even hidden anymore.
Take part in the global movement
To save our world from being destroyed.
How will you fight climate change?
Try meat-free meals. Reduce your electricity use. Give your clothes a second chance.
And you can never ignore Greta.
The eyes of all future generations are upon you. And if you choose to fail us, I say we will never forgive you.
I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic.
We want action. We want justice. We want equality.
I want you to feel the fear I feel every day. I want you to act as if the house was on fire, because it is.
This propaganda relentlessly promoting fear in various ways, be it disease, be it climate, I think is having a very damaging impact on young people's mental health.
The disasters that continue increasingly to afflict the natural world have one element that connects them all: the unprecedented increase in the number of human beings on the planet.
We're asking children to believe they are a scourge on the planet. I have a problem with children believing they shouldn't be here from the off. How are we ever going to encourage them to have strong mental health and emotional well-being if they believe that their birth is a disaster for the planet? That's not encouraging them to be productive citizens who are making an active contribution to society if they've got to apologize for their very existence. I think it's very dangerous, and I think we need to reverse that as soon as possible.
The indoctrination of children is further evidenced across their learning. Objectivity and freedom of thought are being stifled by the persistent pushing of agendas.
I undertook a study of secondary school textbooks to see what children are being taught. And what I found was extremely shocking. I found unqualified acceptance of climate change, the wonders of vaccines, GM foods, and very few counter-arguments were presented. If you cannot produce this information that's in the textbooks, you cannot succeed in the school system. If a student undertaking a geography exam, for example, doesn't talk about man-made climate change, then they're very unlikely to hit the top marks. Is it not surprising that the phrase critical thinking actually only occurs in relation to two subjects? One is art and design, and the other is history. Other than that, it's completely absent from the national curriculum. If we have a dumbed-down syllabus, we're actually stunting children's brain capacity and brain potential.
While parents may not be fully aware of these issues, many are concerned at the growing trend of gender politics, including transgendering. One former head teacher says his local authority advised teachers not to use the words boy or girl for fear of misgendering anyone.
The Department for Education as well has really subscribed to this kind of woke ideology. So there's almost like brownie points for the more woke you can be.
Why do you have makeup and lipstick and glitter on?
Because I think it looks pretty. You don't think it looks pretty?
What schools have done is employ third-party agencies to deliver material for which the third parties most certainly have a vested interest in. And I wouldn't have a problem if it was I'm there in school to ask children to accept me as I am. That's fine. We all need to be tolerant and liberal in a diverse society. My problem is that what they're actually doing is more a form of evangelism, which is this is who I am and you might be too.
In my heart, I've always known that I'm a girl, Teddy, not a boy, Teddy. I wish my name was Tilly, not Thomas.
Language carries so many meanings and messages. And if schools are encouraging social transitioning, that's not a neutral act. That's a significantly impactful act.
Dr. Fraser is also highly critical of the World Health Organization's recommendations, suggesting that 4-year-olds should learn about sexual stimulation.
It's harmful. They don't need to know it. And in fact, for those children who are perhaps victims of adult abusers, how will they ever know the difference between what is happening within the home if they're encouraged to also explore that part of themselves within a school curriculum? What do we do with an organisation like the United Nations or the World Health Organization if we take our orders from them about what is suitable education for our child? How do we say, no, we're not doing that, we want a change?
Teachers are sent on courses to embrace the diversity dogmas, and many buy into them. But Fairclough says that those who don't keep quiet for fear of reprisals.
It's a dereliction of duty. It's a dereliction of their legal as well as their moral duty to safeguard children against harm.
I can certainly say I feel very let down by the teaching profession because I am not hearing people speaking out on behalf of the children.
A one-world dictatorial education, a dumbing down in the classroom, fluidity of gender, the impact of technology. Are our children being groomed for a life in the digital prison?
Today, nobody has any idea what to teach young people that will still be relevant in 20 years. As computers become better and better in more and more fields, there is a distinct possibility that computers will outperform us in most tasks and will make humans redundant. And then the big political and economic question of the 21st century will be, what do we need humans for? Or at least, what do we need so many humans for?
Do you have an answer in the book?
At present, the best guess we have is keep them happy with drugs and computer games. But this doesn't sound like a very appealing future.
A chilling forecast, and one which echoes Brave New World, in which the oligarchs did indeed provide drugs and entertainment so that people learned to love their enslavement. Yet there are even darker clouds on the horizon, the spectre of transhumanism.
In a sense, it is that final piece of the puzzle. If you want to gain total control over everyone and everything, then you actually ultimately need to be able to implant technologies inside human bodies. And that's exactly what's taking place.
artificial intelligence, the metaverse, near space technologies, and I could go on and on, synthetic biology. Our life in 10 years from now will be completely different, very much affected, and who masters those technologies in some way will be the master of the world.
These modern technocrats seem wedded to science and technology at the expense of our human spirit and ingenuity. They aspire to a data-driven world which is robotic and predictable in every sense, with no room for creativity or individual choice. But if the goal is, and always was, population reduction, maybe they're right on track.
We feel too afraid to have kids because we feel that we're heading towards civilization breakdown.
People under the age of 35 are more likely to report climate change as a reason not to have children.
I've decided not to have kids to do my part for climate change.
If I don't think the future is worth anything, then I'm not going to have children. If I think it is worth something, I will have children.
I think these ideas have spread like bad viruses, and there's been a lot of investment in promoting some extraordinarily weak ideas. Sitting at the top of all of these very bad ideas is one giant one, which we can call anti-humanism. Transhumanism, the trans phenomenon, net zero, lockdowns, population reduction, all of these ideas are basically the ugly stepchildren of anti-humanism. They are, as I read it, essentially two competing ideas in the world at the moment. One is that humans are the best feature of the observable universe, the only creatures capable of creative thought and generativity and of creating explanations for how reality works, that humans ought to be revered and ought to be cherished, that we should plan for their flourishing, that we should be planning for the flourishing of as many people as possible, that human agency ought to be respected, that civil liberties ought to be respected, and that the imposition of top-down, one-size-fits-all policies on humanity is completely incompatible with that kind of worldview. Set up against them are people who regard humans as the scum on the surface of the little blue dot, people who regard humanity as some kind of blight, people who believe that the earth needs rights to protect it from these horrible humans. And I think it is a deeply sad reflection of the state of our societies that so many people live in the latter camp, but I'm definitely not one of them.
We can all stand up to tyranny. We can and must fight for the things that truly matter. The people we love, the fairness we'd like to see, and the personal freedoms we'd like to experience. We should not be bullied, nor should we accept the influences of those who would split our society, be it by race, by gender, by culture, or anything else we hold dear. And perhaps we should start by limiting our reliance on technology and remembering how creative we can be.
Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. You can't go backwards. So what that means is that over time, more and more people are starting to see this now. The powers that be have no choice but to keep pushing forward for their global technocracy. They're the ones who are attempting the controlled demolition of liberal democracy. They have only one route they can go, and they are tobogganing towards disaster. On the other side, we the people have no choice but to fight back against all of this.
Yeah, what do you think of that? The guy, bear with. It's called Professor David Betts. I think he's been selling it for years. And everybody's jumped on the bandwagon. Katie Hopkins. Oh, everybody's jumped on it. Danton Report, English Heritage, Al Jazeera. Katie Hopkins said it after the Liverpool incident. Yeah, hang on. Open link, save video frame, copy video. I've got to open it. That's the new culture forum with David Betts, King College London. He's been shouting it for years. Very well up. What's this? Well, that was complete fucking clickbait, wasn't it? Saying Trump approves attack plans for Tehran. Right. So as far as the food shortage in America, right? US doesn't face widespread food shortages in the sense of widespread starvation. Food insecurity and hunger are significant issues, with millions experience difficulty accessing enough food. Food insecurity is on the rise, affecting individuals and families across the country. Food insecurity is a problem. In 2023, 13.5% US households experienced food insecurity, meaning they lacked access to enough food for an active, healthy life. More than 47 million people in the US face hunger, including 1 in 5 children. The pandemic significantly increased food insecurity, with a notable rise in households with young children. Climate change is exacerbating food insecurity globally and could impact food production in the US. While not a widespread crisis, factors like increased costs due to tariffs, cyber attacks impacting supply chains, climate bollocks could lead to localized shortages or increased prices. Going on in the UK. Yes, please be more specific. What's going on in the UK? What, your Twitter posts and your Facebook posts, your YouTube channels, whatever you say on YouTube? Yeah, people in the UK have been locked up for it. But we've never had freedom of speech. We've had freedom of expression, but not freedom of speech. Even though Stalin lied, he sat in front of Trump and Vance and said that we have freedom of speech in the UK. We've never had freedom of speech in the UK. We've only ever had freedom of expression. And with all that land America's got, America still lacks national self-sufficiency. Yeah, new living wage, $11.95 was called minimum wage. But you know what? When they brought in the minimum wage, yeah, I mean, I've never understood it. Land Rover speech, a form of expression, innit? I mean, freedom of expression, well, if I stick 2 fingers up to you or give you the bird, then isn't that freedom of expression? But if you do that to a copper, you get arrested, don't you? Or give him the wanker. But I was explaining that the other day, DBS. You have 4 staff. No mechanic will work for less than £20 an hour. And then obviously when they put up the living wage, then obviously everybody else wants to rise according to it. So then you end up with 3 people being paid and 1 person working for free. Or you put your hourly rate up. So instead of being £60 an hour, it's supposed to be £80 an hour plus VAT to pay for the extra person. No, you can always go and get a McDonald's, can't you? There's plenty of burger joints there. I wouldn't eat the meat. I mean, your food health, your food safety standards are like nowhere near anywhere close to ours. Most of the products that you've got in your foods are banned here in the UK. You got a hell of a lot of artificial crap in your foods. Like tomato sauce that don't contain any tomatoes. Yeah, bleached chicken. Well, dyed pork. All your ham is dyed. It's injected with nitrate to make it turn pink. If you go to Poland and you go and buy ham in Poland, it's grey like a pork chop. I was nudging my missus going, what meat's that? What meat's that? We were at the deli counter. And she said, it's ham. That's not ham, it's not pink. Yeah. Do this one.
The French have decided not everything is good in ham. In a report released this week, ANSES, the French Agency for Food, Environmental and Occupational Health Safety, is formal. There is a link between nitrites, nitrate and cancer risk. These additives can be found in 75% of commercialized charcuterie, which allow to prevent the development of bacteria and to lengthen shelf life. For several years, associations and scientists have been concerned about the health of consumers, and last February, the National French Assembly voted a principle of a trajectory of decrease of the maximum doses. The industry is trying to adapt.
Today, France and French professionals apply a maximum amount of nitrite that is 40% lower than the European regulation. And with Denmark, which had a similar approach, we are the two countries with the lowest maximum amounts of nitrite in Europe and certainly in the world.
The association Food Watch and the French League Against Cancer have already stated that this is not enough. They have asked the public authorities to ban these additives. The government has announced an action plan to reduce the addition of nitrite components in food products. The text will be presented to Parliament in the fall.
Are you ready for this?
So nitrates, often in the form of sodium nitrate, are added to ham and other processed meats like bacon and hot dogs to give it a pink or reddish colour, as well for preservative and flavour. These compounds, when added to meat, react with myoglobin, a protein in muscle tissue, to produce a stable pink pigment. My fellow Brits have to worry about posting their opinions on where their taxes are being spent in case they get in prison for 3+ years. Sad how cooked my fellow Brits have become. Yes. How can it be a democratically elected government if you can't say anything bad against the government? If they want to spend billions per year putting housing gimme grants and you want to complain about it, then you can, if you don't choose your words properly, you get locked up for it. Yeah, God bless the First and Second Amendment. But then, who gave you those amendments? It was the UK that gave you the Constitution. Yeah, well, never know, it might happen to Ron. He ain't got the Constitution for jail. No roll-ups in jail now. You got to vape now, haven't you? Yeah, you can't smoke in jail now, but you've got to do a vape. I get a lot of hate because I'm a conspiracy theorist. All I have to say is you have been warned. Well, I mean, there's some conspiracies and there's other conspiracies that are being proved otherwise, isn't there? I mean, David Icke was a great conspiracy theorist, wasn't he? And then, I mean, what was InfoWars? What's he called in America? InfoWars. Oh, well, Marty go. what was he called on Info? Alex Jones. I mean, Alex Jones was a great conspiracy theorist as well. And, you know, look what happened to him. Yeah. He didn't have to pay any of that fine, did he? That's strange, that. Why go all the way through all that court proceedings and everything else, and then let him buy the company back and not let him go bankrupt? Well, that's what everybody said at the beginning, Urban. You got to let Labour come in, fudge everything up, and then when they fudged everything up, you know how bad Labour is, don't you? But Farage and his party is not the answer. Farage is just a shell. Farage just says what people want to hear, but his puppet master don't let him speak, or don't let them say anything. And because Lowe was so outspoken, they had to get rid of him because he wouldn't toe the line. Yeah. Same as Gobby Robinson. That is true, Edwin. Yeah, I mean, we can all say stuff, but you got to bring stuff to like back up the claims. I mean, and that's what I try and do. I mean, there might be a conspiracy, and I'll have a look at it, and I'll go down the rabbit hole and do a little bit of research. I won't watch a video. I go, oh, bloody hell. Mate, I did that a long time ago. I watched a video a long time ago and I posted it to my Discord channel. Warned everybody about it in my Discord channel. And then one of my mates who owns a bigger Discord channel, he went, here, you know that letter's fake, don't you? And he went, that letter has already been proved fake. And it was about Ukraine. It's about Ukraine. And it's about Ukraine saying that all the Ukrainians that have been shipped to Ireland, that the Ukraine had written to the Irish government and said that all the males have to be flown back to Ukraine. And it was all official paperwork and all official everything, and letterheads and everything else. But it was a completely fake document. And I ran with it. Without actually looking at it and researching it, I ran with it straight away, thinking, bloody hell, look what I just stumbled on. And it was a completely fake document. I finished off my painting of a giraffe. I couldn't fit all the neck on the paper, so it looks more like a llama. Do you do community posts or anything, Peggy? Yeah, it's exactly that, Landy. Yeah, I vote UKIP. The only person to say anything is, what's he called? Nick Tanconi. That's right. Bow and arrow. You're allowed to shoot. You're allowed to shoot with a bow and arrow in America. Not like here. Not allowed to shoot anything with a bow and arrow. You're not even allowed to shoot it with a crossbow. No hunting with a crossbow. No hunting with bow and arrow. I'd love to go hog hunting in America. Yeah, it's on a friend's channel. Well, which food shops do you go to, Peggy? Walmart? I mean, Walmart blamed stuff the other day on refrigeration, didn't they? Refrigeration and supplies. Yeah, exactly, Susie. But you gotta try, haven't you? You gotta try. Yeah, if it worked, they wouldn't give it to the people, would they? You know, I mean, Starmer, oh, I'll get his name right in a minute. Starmer, I mean, he summed it up, didn't he? World Economic Forum is called freedom of speech. In the government, in the UK government, is controlled. Well, why is he controlled? If he's Prime Minister, why is he controlled? I mean, we're all controlled by the laws and the acts, but acts aren't laws. Just saw a deer run across my driveway on security cam. Get on. How many points? Did it have any points? I expect it's closed season now, isn't it? I expect the season's closed, isn't it? Can be a bit of venison in the freezer. Yeah, where'd you shop, Peggy? Which shops do you use? Oh, I'm yawning. Don't shop at Walmart. Big tire company. What shops do you use to buy food from? Where does Peggy buy her food, people? I go to a local chain supermarket. Yeah, what's the local chain? What Who are they owned by? Top secret. Well, no, if you give us the local chain, I mean, look at, is your local, have you gone in there and you've seen empty shelves, have you? What have they run out of? I mean, you had a bad dealer on Smiler. Check out a shop called Shields Sporting Goods. All right, well. I always thought Peggy was a prommie. Shield Sporting Goods. Where's my mouse bar? There. Yeah, it's close season, isn't it? Employee-owned store. Fishing. Sunglasses, cover-up towels. Where's the guns and the crossbows? And I was looking for that. Fishing reel. Jesus Christ, that's expensive, isn't it? For a little spinning wheel. £35 in the UK, that is. $109 in Shields. Oh, where's it gone? Women and kids shoes, sports outdoors, fishing gear, hunting. There you go. Hunting, shooting. There you go. Archery, blinds, decoys, dog training, food, game calls, unaccessoried clothing, knives, tools, optics, scopes, trail cameras, trapping, tree stands, and saddles. So even trapping's illegal in the UK now. Can't use snares in the UK. Muzzle loaders, air guns, ammunition, gun accessories, gun cases, gun cleaning, gun tools, guns, shooting range. Hey, you think that fishing reel was $109, right? I'm buying an AR-15 for $499. That must be a 9. Oh no, it's 556. So I'm buying an AR-15 for $499 in 556. What else we got? Taran Tactical. Taran Tactical are nice guns, but that's only in 9mm. What a fish you catch with an AR-50. Oh, look at that. Daniel Defense. Six hour. All right. $255 pages. Look at that. I'm spoiled for choice. Oh, look at that. 308. 1900 quid. You're a gangster. You're a gangster. Why am I a gangster? Oh, look, the Caltech. The Caltech. That's only 2.2 though. Caltech do some nice guns. That's 5.56 as well. That's 5.56. Oh, Mossberg International. 2.2 logo. Nemo 308. So I'd rather have 308 to a 5.56. I don't know why. But I would rather have 308. Well then, yeah, it's showing in stock now. Yeah, you could go in there and you could start your own war, couldn't you? And it's staff-owned shop. Right, what else we got? What else we got? Lever action, semi-auto, single shot, bolt action. What we got? Bolt action. RU-18, yes. .22 rimfire. A few rimfires, isn't there? Oh, look at that. 6.5 Creedmoor. 1,800 quid. That's a nice round, that is. That 6.5 Creedmoor. 1,300 pages of bolt action. A lot of Tikkas, isn't there? Yeah, 1,300 pages. No, 1,300 guns. Mossberg, they make nice guns. Mossberg do. Why the hell would you want a stainless steel rifle? It would shine like hell, wouldn't it? .17 HMR. That's a nice gun. I got a clock. Clock. Right, let's have a look at pistols. What pistols have they got? Shooting. shooting range, guns, cases, and safes. Okay. Guns. Right, guns. Shotguns and guns. There we go. See that Springfield Armory. I was watching somebody using a Springfield Armory the other day, and they just kept going, getting nothing but bloody stoppages. The Canic's a nice gun, and they do a nice lens as well. Yeah, I bet Edwin. See, I should have been born American, you know. FN 502, that's a nice gun, that is. But that's a 2.2, that one is, with a threaded barrel. 1100 pages. There's a cow gun there, look. Ruger LCP Max Compact 380 ACP pistol. ACP. Oh, that one there's got stars and stripes and eagles on it, that has. .45 ACP. Yeah, it's just too much gun porn. This is Urban. Springfield. Wolford PPK, look. 999 quid. Lot of nice guns on there, isn't there? There's another Canic, nice Canic. Locked, stock, and 2 smoking barrels. I'm on top of the world, James Cagney. Oh, pickaxe handle, yeah. Use the ones that the army have with a metal head. Yeah, I'll order 2 now, see if they'll post them out to me. Same place Killer Clown came from. I didn't realise it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Go to the gun range twice a month to train and stay current. No, I thought you had a fair bit of land, Edwin. Afternoon. Afternoon. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. So, what's this shopping centre you use then, Peggy? What are they called? Have they got a name? Is it an American company? And they've had empty shelves, have they? Oh, we get it all the time in Asda. It don't matter. Yeah, because I wanna look into this food shortage. I want to go down the rabbit hole. I mean, if I had a bit of land, I'd have my sleepers out there and I'd have my banks out there. I'd be shooting on my own bit of land. Because you have to pay to go to the range, don't you? And then you've got to use range ammunition as well, haven't you? Or is that just a myth? I'm saying that the food shortages I've seen are on videos on YouTube, not locally where I live. All right, Edwin. Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. Have you got any links to the food shortages? I mean, I know down here they like in UK they were doing silly little scams like you go to shelves and you've got like when people have gone through and they've picked all the vegetables out and you've got the empty tray there, and what they were doing is putting the empty tray on top of the full tray and saying we're running out of food. Or you've got the big cage of food ready to fill up the counter, ready to fill up, because they've cleared all the bay. Somebody's photographed it and said, look, running out of food. But right next to them is a big cage full of food. I mean, they said it about Russia, didn't they? Russia was running out of food. Russia's running out of food. I'm not brainwashed by the MSN. I didn't say you were brainwashed. But I like to go down these rabbit holes, and because if somebody sneezes in America, then we get the cold. Edwin's got no empty shelves. I'm talking to Edwin. They have a chain called Whole Foods here. They call it Whole Paycheck. I watched somebody shop the other day in America. He had 8 things in his trolley and it cost him half his week's wages. Eight things in the trolley. I think one of them was a case of beer. And another one was a case of what's it called, drinks? Oh, what was that energy drink called? I said, oh my God, it must be a new craze, that energy drink. They call it in America as well as the UK. Can't remember what it was called. All right, catch you later, Urban. There's no point going down the rabbit holes. Try the middle holes. Try the mole holes. Put the mole traps in. Stop them digging up your garden. Ah, right, no range fees. That's all right then, isn't it? Well, the riots are by design anyway, Peggy. That's just so that they can flex a bit of muscle. You know what I mean? We were watching it live on here the other night, weren't we? You had hundreds of people kettled, and all they did was go in and grab 2 people out of all those hundreds of people that were kettled in. 2 people out of all those hundreds. And I guarantee those 2 people worked for the government, and it was all a big setup. Yeah. Yeah, but Walmart's a funny old place, isn't it? I've heard a lot of strange things about Walmart, especially their basements. All right, catch you later, Urban. Miggy, have you been in the bloody kitchen all night, have you? Or have you had a nap and then woke up again? Yeah, but if you look at a lot of the firing was paint guns. They were marking people with paint guns. I know there was a few gas canisters. Somebody got hit in the nuts with a gas canister. But I mean, when they come out of that garage, they all the ones at the front all have paintball guns. They were shooting everybody with paintball guns. So you could mark everybody. Excess of liability. It keeps on putting too much information on the Signal app. I don't know what that means, Peggy. Ain't got a clue. Department of Defense. Executive order. I don't know. I'm going to sleep in a minute, Mucker. This is only 6.5 hours. I've done 54 hours, one live. And quite often do 24, 25 hour lives. But it's 18 degrees here at the moment. It's a light breeze, so I can see a light breeze. No, Mickey's in the chat. And all coppers in the UK should have a paintball gun. They should all have paintball pistols. We are prepping for the next season well. I'll take 4 points in the opening 2 games, thank you. You're going to have to explain that to me, Mucker. 88 degrees. Oh, centigrade. $31 degrees. Man, bad is it? Toasty. I'd love a bit of that now. Take away all those aches and pains. No, don't do football, mucker. Did years and years and years ago. Well, Blackburn Rovers. When Walker, the steel man, owned it. No points. No points. It's only because my missus was Blackburn lass. That was when Shearer and Sutton and Graham Rousseau, Shearer, Sutton. What the hell was the name of the goalkeeper? Yeah, massive, great hands he did. I think it's the son. I think his son's a goalkeeper now. Can't remember his name. Letitia. All the good football players. Batty, yeah. Tim Flowers. Was he a batty boy? It was. Well, he had all the money, didn't he? Jackie Walker. He built one hell of a team, didn't he? Put Alan Shearer on the map. That's what Burnley call him. Yeah. My missus was Accrington Stanley. No, I thought he did the raising yesterday. Or he had the poles installed yesterday, did he? I didn't think, if they installed the poles and they could be all that concrete, he ain't going to go off in time to do a flag raising yesterday. Right, I finished my smoke, I finished my coffee. Ugh. Not even a sip left of my coffee. Right, good people, I'm going to call it a night. Get a couple of hours kept before I get woke up. Almost 2:30 a.m. here. 7:25 a.m. here. 30 years football history, yeah. Alright, I'll catch you all later on. Thank you for tuning in. Hope I haven't been too boring for you. Catch you later, Landy, Miggy. Take care, everyone. Stay safe. See you all in a bit.